Hollywood's new century. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 1: The Extreme Joy Produces Sorrow. The United States, in the urban area of South Los Angeles, in a rental room, on a messy bed, a pair of closed eyes suddenly opened. Simon Parker jumped up from the bed with a shocked look on his face, and slapped himself on the face with his hands in disbelief. I happened to see my own appearance in the mirror not far away, with a pale complexion and macy blonde hair. Yes, Wang Yiling died on the hospital bed. At the age of 30, he was obviously jealous of Yingke. The unwilling soul floated across the Pacific Ocean and came to the body of Simon Pike, a hapless young man in Los Angeles. Scenes from the past are emerging. Simon Pike has just graduated from the School of Cinematic Arts at the University of Southern California in May. I went crazy outside with a few friends for several days. After smoking a lot of marijuana, I came back and lay in bed for the whole day. Wang Yiling, no. It should be Simon Pike, sat on the bed and accepted this reality, going to the window and looking at the neon lights of downtown Los Angeles. Simon Pike sat in a chair by the table. The guy in the mirror is very handsome, and it would be better if it wasn't for the bad face he made from smoking marijuana. The graduation certificate is still on it, majoring in screenwriting, minoring in film and production, with average grades, graduating at the age of 22, beyond expectations, will be such a crazy celebration. Poor idiot, happy and sad. But Wang Yiling's own university is not as good as the University of Southern California, just an ordinary drama school. It took nearly 10 years to become the general manager of a small cultural and entertainment company, but he fell seriously ill when he was about to give it a shot. Two unlucky ghosts. Fortunately, it is this Simon Parker who is dead now, who relied on film and television adaptations and acting as a group actor in Los Angeles. Simon Parker currently has no independent script writing to be used by film companies, mainly adapting scripts for people, as well as some crews in Los Angeles. That's right, it's the kind of extras who are dead on, without lines, without a face, and this kind of work. Leaning back in his chair, Simon Parker swept the remaining marijuana on the table into the trash can next to him. I grew up in an orphanage, and I finally managed to graduate from college. But why are you smoking this shit? No wonder. Wang Yiling scolded a few words in his heart. Now, what should I do? I finally survived. It's time to live a wonderful life. The calendar on the table is June 2nd, 2004. It's almost 20 years ago. It's indeed a very good period of time. The charging mobile phone on the table rang, and quickly took it over. Simon, don't be late for the crew report at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your vacation is over, or you'll leave. Simon Parker hung up the phone before he could say anything. The caller was a staff member of the MRSU 0026 Mrs. Smith crew, a sub in charge of the management team. Simon Parker worked on the script of Mr. and Mrs. Smith for a month. The script was changed more than 50 times, and more than a dozen screenwriters were revised under the leadership of the original screenwriter. Simon Parker made $3,000 by working on the adaptation of the writing crew, which was ready in March because the actor Brad Pitt had to finish filming 12 hours first. The Mrs. and Mrs. Smith did not officially start filming until early May. And the two leading actors had also received various trainings before. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are both big stars. Simon Parker didn't think much of it. All the belongings are only $1,000. It will be difficult to live in the future. Take a rest early and go to be a dead man tomorrow. The next day, after finishing some things, Simon Parker came to the filming location of the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Like a dog in the production crew in the West End of Los Angeles, an assistant director brought together several actors including Simon Parker. Today's filming is the scene of the two leading actors fighting a killer in a supermarket. You should change your clothes immediately, and then go to rehearsal. Simon Pike didn't look at it too much. He followed the army to change clothes, similar to the uniforms of the Flying Tigers. He carried a submachine gun, and he couldn't see anything anyway. Wait a minute, you rush over separately, and Pete shoots you to death. You raise your gun over there, and Jolie shoves a throwing knife in, and you heard the voice running over here, being swept down by Jolie, then strangled, and stabbed in the heart. Simon Parker was pointed at. Everyone nodded, and then prepared to practice with the two leading actors afterwards. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie in makeup came over chatting and laughing. I don't know if they are still together now, but Brad Pitt's current wife is still Jennifer Aniston, Simon Pike thought to himself. Before long, the walkthrough began, and several killers in full black suits besieged the two lead actors. Simon Pike held a snatch and stared lightly ahead. After hearing the call, he immediately ran in the direction of the sound. Then, he was swept down by Angelina Jolie, then strangled and stabbed. In order to feel real, Simon Pike has been knocked to the ground several times in a row, and now this time, Angelina Jolie just strangled his neck again. Director Doug Liman looked at it, came over and said, "Julie, you can restrain yourself a little harder." The action guide on the side said, "Before strangling your neck, you should do an elbow strike on your chest." "That's it," said the movement instructor as he elbowed Simon Parker in the chest. Okay, in a supermarket fight scene, within a few minutes, the death scenes of 3 killers were filmed in one day. Simon Parker took off his hood and took a deep breath. He was the 3rd killer who finally heard it crack. "Are you okay?" Angelina Jolie, who stood up, asked Simon Pike, who rubbed her chest. "It's alright, thank you," Simon Pike replied with a smile. These simple movements are just a few simple movements. The movement guide has demonstrated her several times on himself, sweeping the legs, elbowing sideways, strangling the neck, and inserting the knife. The big star nodded and left, and Simon Pike went to change Simon today's salary. The crew's financial assistant handed over $500. "Well, Simon, who just changed his clothes, is a little confused. Isn't it $300? How did you get $200 more all of a sudden? Today, your performance is very good, and you are also a little injured. This $200 is a bonus," the financial assistant said lightly. "Oh, thank you." Simon Pike now feels that even if he is injured, it is worth it. The ordinary trick is only $100 or $200. There's an action scene today, and because he was elbowed a few times, he unexpectedly earned $500. Not bad. After the assistant left, Simon Pike hurried to find Carmo Tavares, the person in charge of his group. "Mr. Tavares, I want to ask, when will you need a group like me?" Simon asked. "Wait for the notice. The crew will need so many group performances, and they will need to call you when the time comes. After all, you have also participated in the script adaptation work, and there will be priority." Simon Pike pouted, then thanked him. "The screenwriting team is also working on a temporary basis, and it has nothing to do with me, but I still need to run less of this kind of action in the future. I just came back to life, but I can't have any more happy and sad things happen. Damn, my whole body hurts now." As night fell, I dragged my tired body back to the rental house in South Los Angeles, and took a shower. After dinner, on the table, $800 are neatly arranged, and there are $700 in the bank card. This is the whole net worth. A third-rate screenwriter, it doesn't matter, has no funds, and of course will not have an agent. He can only apply for group performances in the crew or participate in some script adaptation work. In the drawer, stacks and stacks of scripts were written before, none of which were favored by film companies or producers. "Alice," Simon Pike sighed first, as he is now the absolute bottom of the entertainment industry. "It's not difficult to show one's abilities. There are too many movies that have hit the box office. The important thing is to maximize the benefits." In 2004, the disaster blockbuster The Day After Tomorrow, which was just released 2 days ago, the soon-to-be-released comic film Spider-Man 2, and the Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban to be released next month, all of them. It's a hot movie. Simon Pike has nothing right now, and it's not realistic to make his own movies staring at the thick ash-eating script. After thinking for a while, I made up my mind to sell the script and create the original script. The Screenwriters Guild I joined will add tens of thousands of new scripts every year. To be discovered by producers, it is best to have original stories that will be released in the next 2 years. It must be made into a movie as soon as possible, and it needs to be released as soon as possible, so that the screenwriter will be known. If this is the case, it must be an independent low-budget film. The preparation is fast in the early stage, the shooting time is not long, and there is no complicated post-production. After the producer finds a release, it will be released soon. Simon leaned back in his chair. Now the preparation time for a Hollywood movie is usually 1 to 3 years from idea to release. Of course, it will take longer because of distribution problems. Now, I need to earn some living expenses as soon as possible. After the script is finished by myself, the producer only needs to form a crew alliance, and then work hard as a distributor. A low-budget movie won't have much publicity, and a small-scale movie is rare. The current $1,500 The rent at the end of the month has to pay $500, and the MRSU 0026 Mrs. Smith crew will only be filming on location in Los Angeles for about a month. I don't know how many days I can go to work. Next, I not only have to write the script, but also quickly pay attention to the recruitment information of other crews in this confused water. Simon Parker fell into deep sleep on the bed because of the exhaustion of the day. After all, this guy's body still needs to rest for a few days. And the guy who smoked marijuana to death is not wronged at all. Chapter 2, starting from scratch. In South Los Angeles, Simon Pike is doing push-ups in the hall after getting up in the morning. He is really dissatisfied with his current body. Now I only have a normal routine and exercise to make up for it. And then I went to the bathroom to take a shower and started thinking about the script on the computer screen, bored browsing all kinds of news, recruitment information, entertainment news, financial news and so on. Later, I found a news about RB online sex girls being cheated by middle-aged men on a small page. Boring. Wait, Simon Pike seems to have thought of something. Online dating. It's just June 2004. In my impression, Ellen Page has starred in a low-cost movie Hard Candy, which is a movie about a girl's revenge online sex with a wretched uncle. There are few scenes, the investment is small, there are only 2 or 3 actors. And there is nothing to prepare. It seems that the shooting is completed in less than 20 days. The most important thing is that it will be released in January next year. The cost is about $1 million. The box office is more than $6 million, and the film has a certain influence in awards season. The high IQ girl takes revenge on the middle-aged and wretched photographer uncle, and ties up the pedophile uncle who has done illegal things for chemical castration. As for Fruit Hard Candy, the script is not too difficult. The important thing is that there will definitely be producers who will discover this idea. After lunch at noon, Simon Pike went to the Screenwriters Union and checked for a long time and found that there were no screenwriters registered. In the following time, Simon Parker recuperates while writing the script of Hard Fruit, and at the same time pays attention to the recruitment information of various crews shooting location in Los Angeles. Half a month later, the script for Hard Candy has been registered with the Screenwriters Guild, and at the same time, he went to the MRS and Mrs. Smith crew to play tricks twice. Now I have found another production crew, waiting for a producer or a film company to come to me to buy a script while doing errands. Wedding Australian is a romantic comedy film invested and distributed by New Line Cinema. It tells the story of a pair of good friends who like to go to weddings and have a dewy marriage with a bridesmaids. An investment of $40 million is certainly not as big as a $100 million investment like Mr. and Mrs. Smith. However, this movie, which is also set to be released next year, is a movie that has made $200 million at the box office in North America. Big bang. Simon doesn't care now because the Wedding Australian crew is filming the important wedding reception scene recently. In total, nearly 500 extras were recruited over a 10-day period. Simon Pike was one of the extras, earning $150 a day, $30 more than the $120 for errands. The crew of Wedding Australian. At lunchtime, Simon and a few group performers were eating a boxed lunch in the open space. By the way, Simon, do you have an agent now? Asked a girl beside him who was also playing tricks. No, I found it after seeing the information about the recruitment of group actors, and I'm just a third-rate screenwriter, and I don't have an agent to waste time on me. Simon Pike and this girl named Jennifer Smith have known each other for a week. He is only 20 years old, and like most young people who are chasing dreams, he wants to dream in Hollywood. I usually work as a cashier in a convenience store, and I often go to the crew to play tricks. However, because he looks good, sometimes there will be a fleeting opportunity to leave the country. Simon Pike himself never showed his face. Alice, I originally signed a contract with a small agency, but it was terminated last night. The agent doesn't want to waste time on me, Jennifer said with heavy sadness. Although there are more than 100 agencies in Hollywood, there are too many young people seeking star dreams in Los Angeles. Many brokers sign a few promising newcomers, and they will terminate the contract when they find that there is no development for a period of time. There are more, and there is no chance to sign an agent, such as Simon. It is necessary to make others think it is worth investing. Simon turned to look at the helpless Jennifer, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, there will always be opportunities in the future. At least you have shown your face in TV dramas before, and you are still young, only 20 years old, still early." Jennifer didn't go to some acting classes, as if she had only learned dance before. It was too difficult. Well, Simon, you are a graduate of the USC School of Cinematic Arts. Your chances are better than ours. I didn't finish high school. I worked as a waiter, a toy commercial model, and now I'm just a cashier in a convenience store," Jennifer said. "Put down the lunchbox in your hand." The agent also fought for a few small supporting roles before, but they all failed. "Well, this crew can only work until Friday, and they have to look for a job again," Simon sighed. 10 days of work, just 2 weeks for $1,500. Simon only hoped that his script, Hard Candy, would be discovered by the producer or director who wanted to shoot it yet. "Today is Tuesday, 3 days to go," Jennifer said, turning her head to look at Rachel McAdams, the heroine of Wedding Australian. With a look of envy on her face, Simon is more interested in the supporting actress of Wedding Australian, Olive Fisher, Australian actress, the future heroine of Now You See Me Don't Look at It, Rachel McAdams as well. Known in the Mean Girls released this year, the movie Notebook to be released at the end of the month is still the heroine. As for the movie Wedding Australian, the two male actors is much more famous than an actress. Simon Pike said casually, the heroine of the two movies, "I really envy her. I'm 26 years old and I don't know if I can playing the heroine." Jennifer could only sigh in her heart. The heroine Rachel McAdams and the supporting actress Olive Fisher are both 26 years old, and their popularity will skyrocket when the film is released next year, and the Wedding Australian will be a big hit at the box office. Simon Pike, of course, knows the influence of a box office hit on actors, and there are more opportunities. Big explosion? How did you know? Jennifer felt that Simon was guessing wildly ahead. It feels like the romantic comedies are going downhill now, and there are fewer and fewer big hits. After Julia Roberts won the Oscar, she began to rest, and then there was a reformed Drew Barrymore has starred in a few romantic comedies that are well received at the box office, and the others don't seem to be that great. Simon Parker said with a knowing expression, "I have researched, and my favorite romantic comedy in the past 2 years is this Wedding Australian." "You, really?" Jennifer Smith smiled helplessly. How could a movie be so easy to explode? Assemble. Suddenly there was a shout from the crew members calling for a group performance starting work. "Let's go," Simon said and stood up, preparing to continue to be a guest at the wedding reception. In the crew, Simon does not necessarily only do tricks, but can do chores or other jobs, get paid, and can better understand the Hollywood studio management model. At the end of the month, work on the Wedding Australian also came to an end. Jennifer Smith is also her first friend after all. Simon Pike also remembers this little guy from the bottom of Hollywood, and he may help her if he has the opportunity in the future. Since occupying this body, Simon has not had much contact with his former friends. Everything start from scratch. In July, Simon did not receive any news that someone wanted to buy his script, so he continued to look for a part-time job on the set as for script adaptation. Simon doesn't like it. In the current Hollywood model, when filmmakers have ideas, they will find screenwriters to write the script, outline the script, and then refine the script after the first draft. 3 stages, collecting money in batches, one screenwriter or several, or even one batch. Simon Parker is creative and can perfect the script by himself. As long as a producer takes a fancy to his script, the income can be his own. Goodbye, Simon. Goodbye, Jennifer. After parting with Jennifer, Simon got into the car home soon. Simon found a film crew in Los Angeles. Summer of Gene's Los Angeles is very good. As the entertainment capital of the United States, there is no shortage of crews. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, there is a lot of work on this set. Summer of Gene's doesn't have many ensembles recruited, and Simon Parker applied as a utility assistant. Moreover, Summer of Gene's was filmed in Los Angeles for only 1 week, and Simon also accepted overtime on weekends, with overtime pay. Mr. Will, is the crew in a hurry for the location recently? I heard that the crew is going to shoot in Mexico next Monday, Simon asked his boss during his lunch break. Yes, this is originally a youth love movie, the story of 4 teenage girls in a pair of jeans. There are more beach scenes in Mexico, and we have to go to Canada. Will laughed. Lazy, the senses are very good. It turns out that I will work overtime on the weekends tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The previous production crew always rested on holidays. Simon Pike may have brought Wang Yiling's idea. It is normal to work overtime to earn money. You don't rest for 7 days in a row. It's really good. If possible, I would like to take you to the location in Canada, but I don't have enough authority. Also very handy. Oh, thank you. There are also many studios in Los Angeles. Simon wouldn't go out to do errands. The purpose of filming abroad is to save production costs. After all, although there are many employees in Los Angeles, labor and machines are also expensive. However, Los Angeles is also the largest film industry base in the world, and it has the most complete film system. In this way, It has the most opportunities. Will smiled and went to tour the rest of the set. Simon also stood up, and suddenly the phone vibrated. Hello, is that Simon Parker, the writer of the play Hard Candy? Chapter 3 Below the Minimum Standard. Blake Lively, one of the 4 heroines, was chatting with his agent during overtime on the set of Summer of Jeans over the weekend. Blake Lively is still an unknown young actor, but he does not have the fame after Gossip Girl in the future. Summer of Jeans is an independent film with a cost of $20 million. Although Blake Lively can be one of the 4 girls starring, he also cherishes this opportunity very much. The agent Sonia Roman is also a small agent, working in a small agency. Only Sonia Roman, who is in her 30s, is well dressed, and now Blake Lively can play one of the leading roles in Summer of Jeans, which is a hard-earned opportunity. Today, Sonia Roman was chatting with Blake Lively, but suddenly found that a handsome young man on the crew was called away by a film producer. Blake, do you know what happened to the errand boy that Mr. David Higgins was looking for? Sonia Roman had already inquired that the errand boy was just a chorus of the crew. He looks handsome, but Hollywood still lacks handsome men. Blake Lively shook his head and said, a little puzzled, I asked, that person is called Simon Parker, and he is an extra who works in the crew. The crew temporarily recruited here in Los Angeles. Sonia Roman nodded and met directly with the filmmaker. Could it be that the filmmaker took a fancy to her? In an instant, Sonia Roman had an idea. Anyway, she was a young man who was chasing her dreams. Anyway, most of the actors like this did not have an agent. As an agent, Sonia Roman felt that she could invest. Yes, in a coffee shop near the set right now, producer David Higgins is negotiating with Simon Parker about the script for Hard Candy. 2 days ago, Simon received a call from his assistant, who had made an appointment to meet today. After reading the full script brought by Simone, David Higgins looked up at the young screenwriter. Simon, I heard that you graduated from the Southern California Academy of Film Arts, right? Yes, Mr. Higgins, I graduated in May. I wrote the script in June. I accidentally saw the news of RB's online dating girls, so I wrote this script. Simon said, huh, so it is. David Higgins was shocked. He saw similar news some time ago, so he came up with such an idea. He was going to find someone to write the script, but he couldn't expect to find a registered script outline in the Screenwriters Guild. Simon, I'm a little interested in this script. I want to buy your script and try to develop it. What do you think? Simon nodded. I also hope my script can be made into a movie. The script is very detailed. I want to buy your script for $50,000. Of course, the writer of the future movie must be signed by Simon Parker. David Higgins laughed. The perfect script saved a lot of time. $50,000? Mr. Higgins, this is too low. The original script of Stay in Life just sold for $1.5 million. Simon said. It's not the same. Simon, the screenwriter of Life and Death, is the author of the previous 25 Hours script novel, and he is also the screenwriter of the movie Troy. Although Life and Death is his first original screenplay, it is worthwhile. This price. David Higgins smiled slightly. Also, you are a newcomer, and you don't have any fame now, Mr. Higgins. Now the minimum standard of the Screenwriters Guild, the minimum price of a script is $105,000, and it will take a lot of time from the idea to the first draft to the complete script. Simon Parker said about the upcoming production, I still have some idea of how much the script for the movie is worth. A current original story script, the highest transaction price is $4 million. Of course, if it is an adaptation of a famous novel, then the highest price is more than this price. Under normal circumstances, the price of an original script will never be so low. After all, it is creative, not written according to the producer's creativity. More than 200,000 original scripts are the price that newcomers should have. If there are different producers bidding, the price will be higher. Simon, the minimum $105,000 is indeed stipulated by the union, but that's for a script that costs more than $5 million. What do you think? David Higgins smiled and touched the script on the table. Fruit Hard Candy. The main scene is a house, a high IQ girl Haley, a middle-aged photographer, and a neighbor woman. There are too few places to spend money. Simon, you have also studied filmmaking. If this film is developed, the cost is very low. You should hope that this film can be released as soon as possible. Of course, David Higgins knew that spending $50,000 for this script was a real deal. It's too cheap to do business, isn't that what it is? There are very few scenes in the script, and the actors are poor, and they don't need much fame. The main thing is that the heroine candidates need to be selected. The production cost of this film can be controlled within $1 million. After all, it is a niche theme. independent film. Simon Pike also told the truth that this kind of film will have a small influence and won't make much money. Simon, you've got the right idea, and so did I, said David Higgins, who was about to find new directors and lesser actors in order to control costs, then release the film through small distributors, and then quick release DVD. The movie is not too difficult. After the crew is formed, the shooting time is also very short. After all, there are not many scenes. It's just the way of an ordinary literary film. Simon didn't like this movie very much, and only hoped that his name would follow. It's good that the movie is released and known to some people in the circle. Mr. Higgins, I'll sell this script to you for $880,000. The writer's signature is my name. If you need to revise later, I'll adapt it for free. How about it? Simon doesn't care about the cost of the script, only hope this guy develops as soon as possible and then releases it. Looking directly into Simon Parker's eyes, David Higgins thought, okay, I bought it for $80,000. David Higgins had to avoid a long dream, and that afternoon he signed a purchase contract with Simon Parker in the presence of a lawyer. When they returned to the crew, everyone was ready to call it a day. Simon, who had taken a half-day leave, held a check for $80,000 and shook his head helplessly when the crew financier received a salary and was about to go home. Mr. Simon Pike, a capable woman in her 30s, caught up. Who are you? Simon asked Sonia Roman. I'm an agent. Sonia Roman quickly took out a business card and handed it to Simon. Can you find a place to chat? Well, okay. Simon looked at the business card in his hand. AC Brokerage Company. He had never heard of it anyway. It's the same restaurant just now, and Simon is here again, but the person opposite has changed from filmmaker David Higgins to agent Sonia Roman. Simon, I can call you that. You shouldn't have an agent, right? Sonia Roman is very direct. After all, Simon Parker is just an extra, but he looks very good, very sunny and handsome. No, I only graduated from USC in May, and I applied through the recruitment information of the crew myself. Simon said, I think your appearance is good, I can sign you, maybe you will have more opportunities in the future, Sonia Roman said while drinking coffee, while also paying attention to Simon's expression. However, when I heard that I signed him, he didn't have any fluctuations. Should he show excitement? How many dream catchers in Los Angeles he doesn't know? Isn't being able to have a broker the first step to success, Ms. Roman? Thank you, I'm just a small screenwriter, acting is not my direction, and I want to develop in the direction of a producer. Screenwriter? Producer direction, Sonia Roman frowned. It's a good thing for young people to have ambitions, but this kind of empty dream is too big. Is it that easy for a producer? By the way, I found out today that you met Mr. David Higgins, the filmmaker, because of the script writing? Sonia Roman felt that it should be Mr. Higgins who asked him to write the script. I also have a screenwriter's brokerage contract in my hand, and I have published novels before, but the adaptation of the movie has not yet started. Sonia Roman thinks it's okay to sign another screenwriter, and Simon Pike's appearance is also very good, and he can also develop into an actor in the future. Simon knew when he heard her say David Higgins' name, so it was I sold Mr. Higgins an original screenplay, Simon said, placing the $80,000 check on the table like a napkin. $80,000. Sonia Roman was surprised. This was close to her annual income, and her eyes were a little hot. Wait, an original script? Creative or? Sonia Roman gets the point. Original complete script. Simon knew that he had sold at a loss, but it was no pity even if the lowest union price is $100,000. You are. Sonia Roman felt that Simon Pike was still too young. Fortunately, I don't want to waste time. I wrote the script in June. Mr. Higgins was the first person to look for me. I know that if I wait, there may be other producers who will raise the price, but I hope he develops a movie soon. Simon said, so that's the case. Sonia Roman looked at the young man and seemed to not care about the script. If she only hoped that the movie could be released as soon as possible, it was for the sake of fame. Chapter 4. Sign it. Simon Pike sat on the bed, thinking about the words of Sonia Roman, who wanted to sign herself to her, a screenwriter's agency. Maybe, it's not bad, at least it's easier to find a job after having an agent, and she can also help with many small things. Fighting alone is a waste of time. Los Angeles, West Hollywood Boulevard. Simon came from South Los Angeles because the AC agency's offices are here. The AC Brokerage Company is indeed a very small brokerage company, with only 3 offices, which is the place that Sonia Roman rented herself. There were few people in the company, and Sonia Roman led Simon to her own office. That's it. Small companies, brokerage studios like me, there are more than 100 in Los Angeles. The giants such as CAA, Utah, and WME divide up most of the market. We drink the rest of the soup, Sonia said. Roman explained with a casual smile. Understood, when there is a certain attractive star, they will also absorb you in, Simon said with a smile. Did it big brokerage companies develop like this? Sit down, Sonia. Roman couldn't deny. Now people still look down on her as an agent. It would be good to have an income of $100,000 a year. This is your contract, you can take a look first, Sonia. Roman said and handed a contract to Simon. Simon picked it up and looked at it, and said with some astonishment, there is also an acting agent. I thought it was a screenwriter's agent. Didn't you often play tricks on the crew before? And I think your image is not bad, and you are a top student at USC, so there are still opportunities. Sonia. Roman explained, I haven't studied acting, that is, I've been in the crew for a long time. Simon doesn't care anyway, and she doesn't plan to act in any movies in the future. She can get herself to show up in any role, and the salary should be higher than the trick hire. After signing his name, Simon put the contract back in place. Okay, Sonia. Roman put it away after seeing that the contract had been signed, then looked at Simon and said, in the future, your plan, I think you should focus on screenwriting, and then find more opportunities to audition for small supporting roles, the kind that show your face. Well, okay. Simon was trying to explain something, but forget it. Who would think that a 22-year-old with nothing could become a filmmaker? By the way, can you help me rent a house in West Hollywood? Be quieter, or Century City is fine too, Sonia. Roman smiled. This site is a little more expensive than South Los Angeles. Just live in Century City. Many commercial and residential areas are cheaper than West Hollywood. West Hollywood is between Beverly Hills and Hollywood, and Century City is southwest of Beverly Hills, and the price is still cheaper than West Hollywood. Yes. Simon doesn't care. Century City is dominated by high-rise residential buildings, and there are many single-family cottages in West Hollywood. David Higgins will be in charge of the contact. If the film is prepared, I will get you some extra income. Although it won't be much, it's still what you deserve, Sonia. Roman has already said. Customers considered it doesn't matter, it's an independent art film, and it won't have a big impact. If there is no accident, it's no problem to make $1 million. I just hope that he can prepare as soon as possible. The sooner the film is released, the better. The script must also be helpful. Simon doesn't care about those net profits, it's just a joke. It basically depends on the mood of the producer. I promised him that if the script needs to be revised, I will help, but I don't think it should be. I have already completed the script very well. Basically, he can start shooting after preparing the crew. Simon, you are so confident. Sonia. Roman smiled. Isn't it common to change the script? He actually felt that it was perfect and didn't need to be revised. What, you have a new script written? Is it an original story again? Sonia. Roman was concerned about this, but she wouldn't let him sell it for $80,000. Simon nodded. I want to move here as soon as possible, and then create with peace of mind. I don't like the environment in South Los Angeles. No problem, I'll find a good house for you in the past 2 days, and give you a quiet and relaxing creative environment as quickly as possible. Sonia. Roman felt that Hard Candy was discovered by the producer in less than a month, was acquired. This shows that Simon Parker's ability is still very good. As for what he said about being a producer, Sonia. Roman has selectively forgotten it. In August, Hollywood, Century City, and the headquarters of 20th Century Fox are also here. A high-rise apartment building. Simon has moved here, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, and a small study room. The house Sonia. Roman was looking for was quite in line with Simon's wishes. Simon stood up from the computer and looked out the window. Another script, Juno, was finally completed. During this period, Simon also ran a few more tricks under the arrangement of Sonia. Roman. As before the filming of David Higgins' Hard Candy has already started. The protagonist is Ellen Page, selected from 300 actresses. The middle-aged lewd photographer and the neighbor woman are all young actors who do not know how many lines. The actor of the neighbor woman is Korean actress Woo Hwee-shin, with an Asian face and a typical Korean face. Ellen Page, if you wait for Hard Candy to come out, he should be a second-rate actor. Staff now. At least someone in the independent film industry will know Juno, a story about the pregnancy of an underage girl, is Ellen Page's real famous work. It is also a small-cost independent art film. It does not require any famous actors to join in. However, there are many scenes and characters. The cost will be $6 or $7 million. If it is shot on the United States, It is estimated to be 8 or 9 million US dollars approaching one side of the window, and looking at the flow of people on Century Avenue below, Simon stretched his waist. Century City was originally only a location for 20th Century Fox in the early years, and it was later built. The area is small and commercialized, just like a CBD business district. Of course, the most dazzling one is the 20th Century Fox Film Company, one of the 6 major Hollywood studios. Hard Candy was discovered by the producers because of luck, and Simon's original script is a speculative script. I don't know how many of these speculative script outlines fly into the production mailrooms of various studios every day now. Film companies are looking at various adapted scripts, mainly novels. After all, there is no traffic basis. The odds of a speculative original script like Simon being picked are too small, unless a producer happens to have that idea. However, if the original script is generally selected, it is normal for the acquisition fee of more than $1 million. Brokeback Mountain, which is currently being filmed, is adapted from the novel, and the film adaptation rights are $3 million. The screenwriting cost of the adaptation is less than $300,000, and it is the ideas that are worth the money. The main job of screenwriters now is to be hired to write scripts based on the ideas of film companies or producers. Warner Brothers last year bought the rights to the remake of the Hong Kong movie Infernal Affairs, competing with several other companies, for $1.75 million. Simon sold Hard Candy for such a low price. There is indeed a lack of consideration, but also because the script is too simple, and the production cost is indeed very low. Basically, it is equivalent to giving it to David Higgins, just to make he prepares the movie as soon as possible. The script outline for Juno has long been registered with the Screenwriters Guild, and has also been sent to some film companies. There has been no news for months, and it is estimated that it will be dusted at the bottom of the box, unless it can be placed on a producer's desk. Network, capital, reputation, these resources do not have. Alice. Honestly, go to the tricks to make money first. The good box office movies in my impression are too few original, and they are all adapted from novels, comics or news. To change this predicament, you need to become an investor yourself. Duang duang duang. Someone knocked on the door. Sonia, is there something? Simon opened the door to be his agent passing this way. Come and take a look. By the way, I will tell you that in 3 days, I will go to the Fairy Wife at Home crew. They are recruiting screenwriters for the script adaptation. Director Nora Ephron personally checks. You prepare well. Come on, here's a shot that needs to be adapted, Sonia Roman said, handing Simon a document. The Fairy Wife is the romantic comedy starring Nicole Kidman. Simon continued. Yes, director Nora Ephron is a famous female director of romantic films. Regardless of her past achievements, this time is your chance, because you have participated in the script adaptation of Mrs. Smith and just sold it. A chance for a script. Sonia Roman was hoping that Simon Pike would be appreciated by Nora Ephron. Got it? How is the filming of Hard Candy? Simon was very concerned about that movie. Well, the film is about to be closed. It's really fast. The filming will end in less than 20 days. I don't know which company will release it. Sonia Roman really didn't like that movie. The film is closed in the latter part of this month, and the editing is also very simple. It is estimated that I will participate in the Toronto Film Festival in mid-September. There are also European film festivals such as the Catalonia International Film Festival in October, which are all opportunities for that film to appear, Simon Parker said. Of course, knowing that the movie will not have any promotional expenses, show your face, and then strive for a small-scale release. Sure enough, he is a top student in the film production industry at USC, but he thinks a lot about this. David Higgins is just a small producer and has few resources, Sonia Roman said, but she said it. People are much more advanced than me. Chapter 5. The plot hurts. Nora Ephron, a rising female director in Hollywood in the 1990s, wrote the high-grossing film When Sally Met Harry in her early years, and then began to direct films such as Sleepless in Seattle, Electronic Love. They are all romantic movies with good box office reputation. After the millennium, it seems that I am a little uncomfortable with the current love movies. There's only one Call for Love, which is not very successful. A Fairy Wife at Home is a romantic comedy that has been dormant for 4 years and directed again. Unfortunately, the 63-year-old female director of Love seems to have run out of skills. Nora Ephron is a screenwriter, and most of the films she directs are written by herself. The Fairy Wife is of course the same. In the studio office of the Fairy Wife at Sony Studios in Carver City, Los Angeles, Nora Ephron was reading several split scripts that Simon had revised, and then looked up at Simon. So young, Simon? Yes, according to your character design, The heroine's sense of humor seems to be more attractive in these few scenes. Yes, I will stay on the crew for this period of time. Maybe I have some settings that need to be changed. Nora Ephron was originally a director, and was a little too busy at many times, and some minor changes to the script could be handed over to the screenwriting team. Okay, director. The Fairy Wife tells the story of a beautiful witch, Nicole Kidman, of course, with magic, because she can control her spells. So after marrying her husband, a series of ironic stories happened. The plot is actually boring and unattractive. 37-year-old Nicole Kidman is equally stunning, and actor Will Ferrell is also a comedy star. The casting also failed. Nicole Kidman is not suitable for this kind of magical romantic comedy, and The 5 Ways to Love failed in the early years. The male protagonist is not as bright as Tom Hanks in Sleepless in Seattle and Electronic Love. In Simon's view, this movie is not a comedy, but a farce. The Fairy Wife at Home crew will shoot in the studio for 2 months. Simon comes to the studio on time every day, waiting for the call at any time because the script is generally perfect. Just a little bit of minor changes are not a big problem here. The male protagonist makes the female protagonist happy behind the female protagonist, because the character of the male protagonist is a comedian. Although he is enchanted by the female protagonist, his comedy cells are all there, so I added these few body movements to match funny language. Simon didn't do much in the crew, but he had already read the script very well and tried to improve it according to the director's requirements. It's October and Sonia Roman brings good news. Hardfront has found a distributor at the Toronto Film Festival, although it's a small distributor, but the film is ready for release, and David Higgins has taken the crew to Catalonia. Going to that festival, Sonia Roman looked happy, won 3 awards at the Catalonia International Film Festival for Best Picture, Best Screenplay and Best Audience Favorite. It's a pity that you didn't go to receive the award. The producer did it on his behalf. It's nothing, just find a distributor at the Toronto Film Festival, otherwise you will have to wait until the St. Denis Film Festival in January next year to find a distributor, Simon said. Not interested in the Catalan International Film Festival. Has the release date been set? On 11.12. The publisher may be able to make a little publicity. Sonia Roman had inquired clearly. Well, does Juno have any inquiries from film companies or investors? Simon asked. Hopefully. Sonia Roman shook her head with a wry smile. The messages she sent were all in vain, and she didn't know any big people. It was too difficult. Hey, Simon looked back at the direction of the director team. It was really difficult. This time, he really didn't want to sell the script, but hoped to be the producer of the movie. By the way, how is this crew? Are you still used to it? Sonia Roman asked. It's okay, it's just some relatively small details. The general direction of the story is determined. I didn't actually do anything, just make small repairs. Simon didn't care about such changes that didn't affect the plot. As long as the director is satisfied, if the box office hits the streets next year, it is doomed. Simon, I know an agent who met with Nicole Kidman, and I heard that she has invested in movies before. If you show her the script, if she is interested, you have a better chance. Sonia Roman feels that if Juno is seen now, the price will not be low. Simon looked over with Sonia Roman's eyes. Nicole Kidman was chatting with assistants, and after being on the set for so long, Simon had nothing to do with those stars at all. Yes, Nicole Kidman is also a big star with a wide network of contacts and money. If she is interested, I can guarantee that she will make a lot of money. Simon lacks a chance to show his ability now. Well, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. Subsequently, Simon Parker began to prepare the plan for Juno, while also paying attention to the release of Hard Candy. Nicole Kidman's villa in Beverly Hills, resting after filming The Fairy Wife. Last year's Oscar-winning actress, Nicole Kidman is indeed very beautiful now, but the 2 films Copy Wife and Rebirth released this year are not well received at the box office. The literary film Dogtown released last year. In general, the war blockbuster Cold Mountain has a good reputation but a bad box office. With the advantage of resources, Nicole Kidman has a lot of projects. This year, she filmed Translation Storm and Fairy Wife at Home. After a while, the agent Pat Kingsley drove over with some document in his hand. Nicole, what do you think of the last screenplay, Fur is based on a biographical novel by Patricia Bosworth about a woman who was active in the 1960s. The legendary half-life of photographer Diane Arbus. It's too ordinary. It's a small-budget literary film like Dogtown. Mel Gibson's Aiken Films is also the producer. I think it should be next. Anyway, it's the next year's schedule, so there's no rush to shoot next year. Nicole Kidman won an award for The Moments, also a biographical film, But this feels different. Nicole, the actor recommended by Mel Gibson, is Robert Downey Jr. Now there is no producer to use him, and his reputation is very bad now. Pat Kingsley actually didn't want Nicole to take this role. Movies, low-budget independent films, forget it. Let's talk about it. By the way, is there something you specially came over today? First, still needs to be considered. For a while a friend gave me an original movie script and told me to show it to you. Pat Kingsley said, putting the script in his hand on the coffee table. I want to take a break recently. Please introduce the creator and story. Nicole Kidman thought it was the role she received. Again, Pat Kingsley shook his head and said, it's not from the film company, it's a story written by a young screenwriter. His agent happened to know a friend of mine, and my friend asked me to show it to you. The script is not bad. The story about the pregnancy of an underage girl has the flavor of feminism. I want to make it into a movie. Pat Kingsley said it very clearly, that is, the script is presented, and the people at the bottom don't know any big shots. I don't have a film company, so it was sent to me. I don't know how many original scripts are made every year. How many can be made into movies? Nicole Kidman pouted, not taking it seriously. Well, the screenwriter seems to have stayed in your family wife crew for 2 months, and was a temporary screenwriter recruited later. Also, that little screenwriter sold a script before, called Fruit Hard Candy, and this year there was some influence at the Toronto Film Festival, and the film also won 3 awards at the Catalonia International Film Festival for Best Picture, Best Screenplay and Audience Favorite. Pat Kingsley said. The situation of the screenwriter Nicole Kidman has been filming Fairy Wife recently, and has little interest in Hard from Let It Go. I'll take a look when I have time, and buy it if I can. Nicole Kidman also bought a copyright of the novel before, adapted it and made it into a movie, and became a producer himself, with an investment of $10 million only in exchange for a total box office of $20 million, a big loss. The film was called Cut, and it was an independent film starring Meg Ryan. At this point, Simon Pike, of course, didn't know that his script was thrown aside by Nicole Kidman, and people also had the mentality of buying the script if the story was good because Simon Parker is in the AC agency and foresees another screenwriter under Sonia Roman, Lauren Weisberg. Simon, this Miss Lauren Weisberger was a college graduate in 2000, and she wrote a novel called The Devil of Fashion, which was so popular that it was at the top of the New York Times bestseller list 30 weeks, says Sonia Roman. The Devil of Fashion. Simon looked at the female author, the demeanor of a young literary woman, then he turned to look at Sonia Roman's face. How could a third-rate agent have a famous novelist under his command? Simon, what's your look? I didn't just bring a few small actors, but also my clients who wrote novels. Sonia Roman found disguised doubts from Simon Parker's eyes. He wondered how the author of the novel at the top of the New York Times bestseller list would be in the hands of a small agent of his own. Chapter 6. Angry Simon. Hello Simon, I worked as an assistant editor-in-chief at American Vogue after graduating, and resigned a year later to write this workplace novel, the one that Sonia helped me publish. Lauren Weisberg expressed the doubts in Simon's heart. Hello, Miss Weisberg, your novel is very well written. That novel was published in 2002. Simon Pike remembered that the film adaptation was about to come out, but he couldn't help but asked, I would like to ask if the film adaptation rights of that novel have been sold. Well, a producer came to ask last year. Mr. Wendy Feynman from Dune Entertainment wanted to develop it, so he found 20th Century Fox Films. I don't know why it's gone. Lauren Weisberg spread his hands as he spoke. That means, the film adaptation rights have been sold to Wendy Feynman? Simon frowned after hearing this. Some film companies or producers are too quick. I am also preparing for the adaptation of the novel into a script. This time I heard that Sonia has found a good screenwriter, so I happened to come and have a look. Lauren Weisberg, of course, will participate in the adaptation of her own novel. It's just that the preparations for the movie don't know when to start. I signed a preemption agreement with him last year, and I still have the film adaptation rights of the novel, Lauren Weisberg said. It's no secret. Simon nodded, just signed a preemptive purchase agreement. It must be that 20th Century Fox didn't develop it last year, and Wendy Feynman didn't buy it with his own money. Perhaps, there's still hope, but needing to know how that agreement was signed, Simon glanced at Sonia Roman inadvertently, only to start with her. Ms. Weisberg, if you need anything about the adaptation of the novel, you can contact me at any time. After all, I also like that workplace novel very much. Simon wants to get the right to adapt the novel now. No money thanks. In the following days, Lauren Weisberg and Simon exchanged some ideas for the adaptation of the novel. In November, Hard Candy came out, and Juno, which was handed to Nicole Kidman through a friend of Sonia Roman's, was nowhere to be found. Sonia, it's already December. Did your friend send the script to Nicole Kidman? Simon sighed while sitting in the office of Sonia Roman of AC's agency. My friend knew Nicole Kidman's agent Pat Kingsley, and she said she actually handed the script to the Lady Kingsley, and Nicole Kidman should have seen it. Come on. Sonia Roman is no different. Pat Kingsley is a big manager, managing a large team, so busy, forget it. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Now I should know someone among the screenwriters in the independent film circle. Anyway, Hard Candy won the box office of $4.5 million in North America, and the cost is only $1 million. The movie is also highly rated. Simon is quite satisfied with the effect of this movie, but he is only a screenwriter, and he feels that it has no influence. But the starring Ellen Page has some popularity. There are actually very few theaters where Fruit Hard Candy is released. It is good to be able to show it for half a month. Now it can make a lot of money from the North American market, and there is a lot of profit at the box office. It can be sold overseas no matter what, and the DVD market is not. This kind of movie does not need to wait as long as 6 months to enter the DVD market. After all, the movie is released quickly. Don't worry, the audience doesn't know you. But some people in the circle know it. If you go to help people adapt the script in the future, the price will be higher. Sonia Roman can still see it clearly. How much effort did the script save the producer? By the way, Sonia, let's talk about the novel The Devil of Fashion. Why did 20th Century Fox not develop this movie last year, and there is no news this year? Simon tried to ask. I don't know, I just helped sign the preemptive purchase agreement with Mr. Wendy Feynman from Dune Entertainment. As for how the film company arranged it, it's not something that my little agent can know, Sony said. Your Roman doesn't understand what Simon cares about. Shouldn't he care about the Juno script? Sonia, what is the agreement between Lauren Weisberg and Dune Entertainment? I want to know. Simon, are you still thinking about other people's novels? Sonia Roman felt that Simon was thinking too much. A 5-year agreement with an advance deposit of $200,000. Within 5 years, Dune Entertainment has the right to purchase the rights to Lauren Weisberg's novels and films. Lauren Weisberg has an annual agreement fee of $150,000, Sonia Roman said. Anyway then, how much is the film adaptation rights of the novel? How much is the compensation for violating the agreement? Simon continued to ask. $1.8 million. The cost of Lauren Weisberg's subsequent adaptations is not counted. The price of violating the agreement is very high, Sonia Roman said and shook her head. Simon, what are you thinking? This is not your concern. After Simon listened to it, he began to calculate in his heart that $1.8 million was really expensive as a novel about life and workplace. It seems that novels were indeed very popular at the time. After all, such movies are not so popular. If you can't violate the agreement, then you can only negotiate with Dune Entertainment to let them give up this preemptive purchase agreement. Of course, if you want to convince them to give up this agreement, then the necessary compensation must be indispensable, the deposit, and the agreement fees for the 2 years, etc. Wait, it must be compensated, and the price must be increased. Fortunately, Dune Entertainment did not directly invest $1.8 million to buy the rights to adapt the novel, and it is estimated that it plans to find investors first. What are you thinking? Sonia Roman walked over angrily and patted Simon Parker on the shoulder. What were you thinking, so ecstatic? Oh, nothing, I just think that novel is good, and the adapted movie should have a good box office. Simon came back to his senses and said, haha, okay, go to the audition tomorrow, remember to perform well. It's not easy to win the audition for a small supporting role with you, Sonia Roman said and waved her hand. Simon holds a few pages of the script in his hand. He is indeed a small character, but he has lines and still has several minutes to play. Castings for the film The Stones, produced by Michael Langton Film Studios in Los Angeles. Simon Pike was in a room with a group of men and women waiting to audition. Looking around, there are mostly women. It seems that there are more female characters in the movie. A movie that I have never heard of such a small role also needs to be observed by the film casting director. It seems that Sonia Roman really hopes to go on the road of acting. The assistant called 3 people in at one time, 2 women and 1 man, to audition for small roles in 3 movies at one time. Simon wanted to shout out, I am the producer, so I actually want to audition for such a dispensable little role. Finally, a female assistant shouted, Elizabeth Reese, Claire Dennis and Simon Pike are ready. Wait a minute, it's just the three of you. Simon Pike and the other two female dragons stood up and walked to the entrance of the porch, waiting for others to come out and then go in directly. Simon's role is basically not difficult. It is estimated that the casting director will choose whichever he likes. Indifferent, Simon leaned against the wall, feeling that the two female dragons were a little nervous, so he said, "Relax, our characters are not even supporting roles. It's not difficult, just stay as natural as you can, choose roles." The director probably chose this kind of role based on his eyesight. "Well, I hope so," a girl whispered. "It's not that all three people who auditioned together were selected. It is possible that the role we audition will not pass and we will get other roles. It is also possible that one or two of the three of us passed," Simon said with a sigh. "Not for money, audition head." The two female dragons nodded. Of course there are many such situations. Suddenly, the mobile phone in his pocket vibrated, and Simon picked it up, not paying attention to the surprised eyes of the two girls, and immediately auditioned. This guy was actually answering the phone. "Sonia, is there anything?" Simon has no friends, and the only person who called him was his agent. As for Jennifer Smith, there was basically no contact. Nicole Kidman's agent called and offered to pay $850,000 for your Juno script. Sonia Roman said excitedly. "Wait, sell the script?" Simon confirmed. "Yeah, $850,000 is very sincere, and I'm also helping you talk to Pat Kingsley." Sonia Roman said to herself on the other end of the phone that, "Sonia, try to arrange for me to meet Nicole Kidman and her agent. My thoughts are." Simon didn't finish his words. "Okay, the three of you go in," reminded the female assistant who auditioned. Suddenly she saw a guy on the phone. She was so angry that she walked over quickly and said angrily, "What are you doing? You are preparing to audition now, and you are still calling? Get out of here if you don't want to audition. Don't waste your time. Your agent didn't teach you." Simon, who was answering the phone, was interrupted by the sudden roar. He was so angry that he was still scolding himself. "Simon, where are you? It's okay, I'll talk about it later." Simon hung up Sonia Roman's phone, turned his head and roared angrily, "Shut up, didn't your parents teach you to be polite to people? Fuck, don't you think that there might be a big star here in the future?" Simon's angry shout made some people around stand up and watch. Facing the blushing face of the audition assistant, Simon continued to say, "Don't worry, I'm really not interested in tricks, and I'm not interested in becoming a big star." Then, he left this nonsense place gracefully. Chapter 7. Please support me. Simon left the audition site, and the two actresses who were going to audition with Simon were out of luck, because the casting director also came out at this time, and he was very angry after listening to the assistant's explanation. Not only scolded Simon, but also scolded Simon's agent along the way. With a small agent and a good actor, the casting director was still confident in the future. People from the AC brokerage company should not use it, and continue to audition. Simon, who left the place, didn't know that he had let a casting director hate the entire AC agency. However, they're all small problems, and everyone is a low-level person anyway. "Simon, were you auditioning just now? You quarreled with someone else?" In the AC agency, Sonia Roman taught Simon Pike a serious lesson. "People called me, you are still arguing and losing your temper, although you are the bottom of the entertainment industry, but you will really." Sonia Roman really wanted to kick Simon. "Okay, Sonia, I won't go to the trouble of playing tricks in the future. You can arrange for me and Nico to meet, buy my script, and you should meet me, right?" Simon said to Sonia, who was on the verge of rage. "Your Roman helped her to sit on the sofa. Well, as I said, the price can actually go up. I heard that your script was put in Nicole's house and she hadn't read it before. She read it by accident a few days ago and thought it was good, and she also watched Hard Candy, knowing that you wrote the script. She must have liked the script." Juno, Sonia Roman felt comfortable when she talked about it. $850,000, maybe $1 million. "What about dollars? How much do you want to sell?" "I think our highest asking price is $1 million. In fact, $850,000 is also acceptable." Simon waved his hand and said, "Let's meet first. The script price is not the point now." Sonia Roman frowned. "The price is not the point." "What to say?" Still said, "Tomorrow at noon, Nicole Kidman asked us to go to her villa and talk." "Okay." Simon was determined to convince Nicole Kidman to back his production of Juno, his first film to fame. The next day, in Beverly Hills, Nicole Kidman's mansion, Sonia Roman walked in with Simon. "It's so luxurious, it's estimated to cost tens of millions of dollars," Sonia Roman said with envy on her face. "Okay, you will have it in the future." It seems that this house was allocated after he and Tom Cruise divorced. Tens of millions are normal, and Nicole Kidman got a foreign girl in a movie last year. The highest salary for a star is $17.5 million, and now her basic salary for commercial films is more than $12 million. Simon thinks Nicole's salary is incredible. After several consecutive film failures, it has not yet dropped below $10 million. It is famous, can market, and can always get some relatively large investment. The characteristics of box office poison have been revealed. Sonia Roman shook her head and didn't think much of it, unless she also had two first-class stars under her in the living room. Nicole Kidman sits with her agent Pat Kingsley, and Simon and Sonia Roman sit across from them. Are you Simon Parker? I didn't expect you to be so young. I seem to have heard that you spent 2 months on the crew of The Fairy Wife, as a screenwriter. Nicole Kidman still has the temperament of a cold queen. Simon nodded. It did stay for 2 months. I read the script of Juno and found it interesting. There is a lot of information about women's rights. So I'm going to buy it from you, $850,000. Are you not satisfied? No, Simon. Sonia Roman was a little stressed by Nicole Kidman's glamorous temperament, but was interrupted by Simon just as she was about to say it. You too, I have something I want to show you, Simon said, taking out the plan for the production of Juno in his bag and putting it in front of them. This is, Pat Kingsley opened curiously, looking at it with Nicole Kidman. A plan for making the Juno movie. Simon brought out what he had prepared for a long time. Sonia Roman's eyes widened. The thing this guy was holding tightly today turned out to be this. It is true that he has always wanted to make movies and to be a producer. He really has no interest in being a screenwriter and an actor. Sonia Roman pinched Simon's leg under the table. Little thing, hiding this from me. Simon took Sonia Roman's hand and patted it, and motioned her to be quiet again with his eyes. Interesting, Simon, you made a movie plan. I really can't see it. Nicole's manager, Pat Kingsley, was a little surprised. Nicole Kidman looked up at the little guy in front of him and asked, what do you mean? I hope to get support. Support me to make this film. I have no money, no one, only creativity and ability. Simon said this idea clearly. The production cost of $7 million is really not expensive. The director and actors you chose are also newcomers. It seems that you have had this idea for a long time. The heroine Ellen Page, you have decided. Nicole Kidman smiled lightly. When Hard Candy started filming, I had Ellen Page as the lead actress in Juno. The release of Hard Candy has given Ellen Page a certain popularity, and now shooting Juno is indeed very good in all aspects. That's right. Pat Kingsley likes to analyze movies from the actors. Oh, no wonder you were in a hurry to sell the script of Hard Candy, just for the heroine of the movie? Sonia Roman also thought of something. Yes, I sold the complete script to David Higgins in the hope that he could prepare the film as soon as possible. The film had very few scenes and actors. It was finished in less than 20 days and found at the Toronto Film Festival. Publisher, it's also coming out this month, just right. Simon's only concern is whether David Higgins will cast Ellen Page, but fortunately, it's her. Even if it weren't for her, with a similar actress, Simon believes that Juno will also be successful. However, if Juno is his first film, the risk of using the original cast is much less. Simon, just based on these, it is very difficult for you to attract investors to support you. The production cost of $7 million, plus the cost of publicity, will be $10 million. Is your dream worth this $10 million? Nicole Kidman said contemptuously. Pat Kingsley didn't speak. It wasn't herself who was interested in investing in movies, but Nicole. Sonia Roman was thinking, isn't it bad to sell the script? Is it that easy to make a movie? By the way, when I was running around in the crew of Mrs. Smith this year, I heard that the original heroine was not Angelina Jolie but Miss Kidman, right? Simon looked up and asked suddenly. Nicole Kidman nodded. There is no need to deny this, Pat Kingsley on the side said. Nicole was going to play the heroine, but later pushed it and took the Fairy Wife at home play. Simon nodded, and began to speak on his own. The romantic comedy film directed by Nora Ephron is indeed very attractive to actors. Judging from the past performance, it is indeed good. Compared to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, The Fairy Wife at Home does have a great chance of success in terms of director and genre. The other three people didn't know why, and only heard Simon continue to say, I have stayed in both crews, and I know all about the plot. Saying that, he raised his head and looked at Nicole Kidman and smiled. It's really not a wise decision to quit Mr. and Mrs. Smith and accept The Fairy Wife. The meaning is obvious. Simon means that these two movies, Nicole Kidman rejected the successful one and took over the failed one. The movie hasn't been released yet, and you're talking nonsense like this. Who would believe it? Pat Kingsley was unhappy when she heard it. I started from the plot. The plot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith is attractive, and the action is also a selling point. The plot of The Fairy Wife is flawed. No wonder the actors. Simon just analyzed very quietly. Nora Ephron's first screenplay film, When Harry Met Sally, was released in 1989, and then wrote and directed Sleepless in Seattle in 1992, and then in 1994. Electronic Love, 3 romantic comedy films with great word-of-mouth box office, enough to establish director Nora Ephron's status, but, don't forget, it's already 2004, more than 10 years later. The audience has changed a lot, and the 2 leading actors in the 2 films at that time were Tom Hanks. Tom did debut as a comedian at that time, but his acting skills are not comparable to comedians. Director Nora Ephron is still using comedy scenes from more than 10 years ago, and it is difficult to resonate with the audience today. Okay, you said so much, you just want to show your ability and let me support your film. These are 2 false. You said that Mrs. Smith will succeed, The Fairy Wife will fail. Even if the following year is followed, the situation you mentioned happened. It may also be a coincidence, Nicole said a little unhappily, although the little guy's analysis was reasonable, but it was unhappy for everyone to be told that his movie would fail. Sonia Roman on the side pulled Rasaman's arm, motioning him not to talk nonsense too. Simon graduated from screenwriting major. He always likes to study the plot. There are many aspects of the film that are affected. I don't care about your script, fortunately. Simon, you continued to tell me your reasons and convinced me that I can help you invest in the distribution of Juno. Nicole Kidman is also worried about the success of Mrs. Fairy Wife failed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Persuaded? I have also stayed on the crew of the movie The Wedding Australian. I think this romantic comedy is a very successful plot. Simon continued to take out his chips. Anyway, it is a movie that will be released next year. Wedding Australian? Nicole Kidman looked at Pat Kingsley next to her, expressing her confusion. A $40 million romantic comedy movie with no big stars, Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn, and 2 actresses who are unknown. Pat Kingsley said, "Are you optimistic again?" Nicole asked while staring at Simon. Simon nodded. Nicole Kidman raised his proud head, and said, "I remember Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Wedding Australian. I hope you are right." Simon couldn't wait that long. It was only released in the summer, and Simon needed funds as soon as possible to start preparing for Juno. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "You all know about the racially discriminatory literary film Crash that was shown at the Toronto Film Festival this year, right? There are a lot of stars out there who have made cameo appearances, and Sandra Bullock even made a cameo role at her own expense. Of course, I know that the topic of that movie is controversial, involving black people, and it's what the Oscars like." Pat Kingsley, who is a frequent PR, knows that it is indeed controversial. It can be regarded as a pure literary film. What do you think of the box office of that film? Simon continued to ask. Paul Haggis has prepared a $6 million debut film. The chance of winning the prize is indeed great. The box office will not be high, and the chance of making a profit is not big. Pat Kingsley is not optimistic about that film anyway. For the movie, after all, Lionsgate only spent $4 million to buy out the North American distribution rights. How about you? Simon looked at Sonia Roman and Nicole Kidman. I think it's going to be a loss. Not many low-budget films are successful. Sonia Roman agrees with Pat Kingsley. Nicole Kidman frowned. She was really not optimistic that this kind of low-cost movie would be successful. Simon, how much do you think Crash will achieve at the box office? Nicole Kidman felt that Simon was also optimistic about the movie Crash, if nothing else, would be one of the most successful films Lionsgate has ever released. It only spent $4 million to buy out the North American distribution rights, plus this year's Halloween release by Lionsgate. In the low-cost thriller Chainsaw, Lionsgate made 2 good deals. Simon is really envious. The North American box office of Crash will not be less than $40 million US. Anyway, it will be released in North America in January next year. Let's see the results, Simon said amazingly. $4 million in exchange for $40 million at the North American box office. When did the movie make such money? The other three felt that Simon was really crazy. This was their inner thought when Crash is released. I can test my words. As for the other movies, I will wait for the summer to test, Simon predicted like a magician here. Now he seems to be a lunatic, and then it will be a halo. At that time, if Crash is really what you said, I will support you in making a movie Juno. Nicole Kidman listened to this guy's words, and the budget of $7 million US. Also it's really not high, and you can invest independently, that's good. Simon felt that the stone in his heart was put down. Now leaving the mansion, Sonia Roman immediately pinched Simon's arm and asked incomprehensibly, "Wouldn't it be great for you to sell that script? Even $850,000 is fine. After all, Nicole Kidman is not a professional. The filmmaker who just wants to go in that direction, she's willing to pay $850,000. Otherwise, I wonder how long it will take for someone to see your script." "Okay, Sonia, you won't take my previous words as crazy words again. The few movies I said that I liked, the plots are really good, and the box office will not be bad," Simon said. "With so many reasons, why don't you believe in yourself so much? You think about it, it's December, and more than a month later, Crash will be released. You are not optimistic about the box office. I am optimistic. If it succeeds, then, even if Nicole Kidman does not invest $7 million US for me to shoot, she will definitely look for the support of the distribution company, and I will be the main controlling producer of the film, then," Simon said with a smile. "This, okay." Sonia Roman can imagine that if the little thing really made Juno with the support of Oscar-winning actress Nicole Kidman, the identity would be different. "Let's go, I'll take you to a big dinner," Sonia Roman said and reached out and rubbed Simon's head. "Hey, then I want to eat Chinese food. It's up to you, let's go." Sonia Roman took Simon's arm and walked away. Be nice to small things, maybe they will become more developed in the future. In the villa, Nicole Kidman was sitting on the sofa drinking coffee, and Pat Kingsley said with a smile, "Do you really believe that young man just now? How can it be?" Nicole Kidman put down the coffee. "But, haven't you checked his information? A fresh graduate, or an orphan, who is able to enter USC and graduate successfully, is also possible ability. Also, his agent just signed him not long ago. You also said that he was a third-rate screenwriter before, and he played tricks in some production crews. Having a small agent has little impact on his life. It can be seen that he is very short of money, but for the release of Hard Candy, he sold the script for $80,000, an original script. You know how much it is worth when the producer sees it. Now I spend $850,000 to buy Juno. He doesn't ask if the price is right or not." Movie. Pat Kingsley nodded, agreed with Nicole, and said, "For a young man like him, facing millions of dollars, he feels that he has no emotions at all, not like the performance of a low-level figure in the entertainment industry. I'm also surprised that his agent can't help him much, and he can't get in touch with big people at all. He passed the script to me through various relationships. He also knows that I am his greatest support. For the sake of convince me, this little guy really dares to say anything." Nicole said and laughed. "Hey, fortunately you stumbled upon that script, otherwise, the little guy would have to go around in obscurity." Pat Kingsley laughed. "A few days ago, a film crew was shooting a location in Los Angeles. The little guy was recommended by his agent to audition. It seemed that he answered the phone at the door of the audition, and then was scolded by the audition assistant, and the little guy was at the door. He quarreled with others, and even scolded the audition assistant. His agent managed to calm the anger of others, otherwise he will be difficult to play in the future." Pat Kingsley also heard through his friends this matter. AC brokerage can't make everyone else suffer because of one person, right? Haha, this little guy is not an actor. Nicole Kidman said with a smile. "It is estimated that his agent still keeps him, which is his script, but this little guy is indeed talented, and his agent will not dare to let him audition in the future. It is too easy to cause trouble, so I will let him do some miscellaneous work on the set, and then focus on screenwriting." Pat Kingsley himself, as a big agent, resources, contacts, is not comparable to Sonia Roman slightly offending an important person. Sonia Roman couldn't even walk around, and she would be angry if she didn't have a position in the entertainment industry. However, that Simon Pike is still too young. In this circle, how can he do such a thing in his current capacity, and he can't stand being scolded for a few words? Nicole Kidman thought it was because of his youth and instability. "My friend is a high school classmate with his agent Sonia Roman. Now at CAA, there is a female star named Anne Hathaway, who is somewhat famous. She was persuaded by Sonia Roman to put her hand in me the script for Juno. Pat Kingsley's friend is not as good as herself, but definitely more important than Sonia Roman in a Chinese restaurant near the AC Entertainment brokerage studio. Simon Parker gulps down a delicious meal. You can actually use chopsticks. Is it really so delicious? Sonia Roman watched this little thing happily. It's okay, mainly because I'm in a good mood now and it tastes good. Simon wiped his mouth and continued, by the way, I suggest you sign Ellen Page. Now that she's not famous, it will be different then. Ellen Page, will your movie Juno be filmed? And will it be a success? Sonia Romano is a young agent. Digging Ellen Page is not very good for her. Simple, don't worry, you can reveal the heroine of Juno to Ellen Page. As long as Crash is released next year, Nicole Kidman will support me as long as she wants to make money. Simon is very confident. Sonia Roman nodded. This is indeed a big bargain. After all, Ellen Page is only a star now, and Hard Candy is not well known. Alice, now we have to wait. Until then, Nicole Kidman informs, or expects another filmmaker to see my script. Hope it is still on Nicole Kidman. We have no channel to send the script to. Some other film studios or producers are found in the Writers Guild. Just like winning the lottery, I still have $100,000, and I have to pay a tax in April next year. I don't have to go out to earn my living expenses recently, so I will arrange the detailed work of the film production well. Chapter 9 finally begins. Simon Parker has been single-mindedly perfecting his filmmaking program since December 2004. As for the presidential election, Christmas, I don't care anyway, until Lionsgate released Crash in early 2005. On 1.6, 2005, on Friday, Crash opened in 1,800 theaters. On Monday, the 1.9th, Crash grossed $9.1 million in its opening weekend and received a lot of positive reviews. This is an independent film costing only $6.5 million. Lionsgate made a lot of money because of Chainsaw, and Crash was used to hit the Oscars in 2006. For this kind of film, it is possible to strive for 1,800 theaters to open paintings. It must not be because of how strong Lionsgate Pictures is in distribution, but that the movie theaters are also optimistic about this movie, and Lionsgate Pictures is willing to promote it in order to have a plan at the Oscars. This grade is enough. Why haven't you contacted me yet? Simon was walking around in the living room of his house, with Sonia Roman supporting his for it. Okay, it's only Monday, maybe Nicole Kidman didn't pay much attention? Are you waiting? I've been waiting for a long time. The whole Juno movie is in my head. Does Nicole have any eyesight? My eyesight has confirmed it, Simon Pike said, leaning on the sofa. When I lay down, my mouth felt full of grievances. The budget is only $7 million, and I don't have to pay up front. I don't take any production fees or script money, so the budget is actually only $6 million, and I'll take a share. Nicole Kidman, she can definitely get back at least 50% minus 60% of the production cost from overseas distribution. Maybe if some overseas distribution companies are optimistic, it is also possible to recover 80% of the cost budget. She only needs to invest $2 or $3 million is fine, then find a North American publisher, and the distribution commission can be higher. What is she worried about? The more Simon said, the more angry he was, and his vision was lost. Oh, forget it. Ellen Page was signed by me and has been waiting for the heroine of Juno. I'll go and see her. Sonia Roman now believes in Simon Parker's vision. Now I am very interested in Ellen Page, and I finally persuaded her to sign over. A week later, in Beverly Hills, Nicole's villa, Crash's second weekend's box office, Hollywood Statistics weekend's box office, Friday to Sunday, $7.02 million, first weekend $9.1 million, plus work in the middle today. The total North American box office is currently $19,614,256. It's close to $20 million at the box office within 10 days of its release. Nicole Kidman was indeed a little surprised. Does that little guy really have such an accurate vision? Subsequently, Nicole Kidman called his assistant in a high-end coffee shop nearby in Beverly Hills. Simon Pike finally received a call from Nicole Kidman. Pidian came to the cafe, and Simon asked as soon as he sat on the chair, "Did you support me?" "I'm ready," in the face of this fiery little handsome guy who asked as soon as he came. Nicole Kidman smiled coldly. "This coffee is good, let's try it first." The waiter brought a cup of coffee, and Simon had to take it up and drink it honestly. Crash has made close to $20 million at the box office within 10 days of its release. Yes, your vision is very accurate. I have shown the script of Juno to Village Roadshow, and they want to invest $1.2 million to buy it. Juno's distribution rights in Australia, Nicole Kidman is Australian. And Village Roadshow Pictures is a subsidiary of Australia's Roadshow Entertainment, which specializes in film production in the United States, but does not have its own North American distribution network. It's already sold? Of course Simon thought of it. Who will use their own funds to develop the film? Of course, to pull investment. Overseas distribution rights are an important part of resale in advance basically, yes, and Village Roadshow has the filmmaking capabilities to help with your filmmaking, Nicole Kidman said in an educational tone. $7 million is not a small amount, and I still have to find North American distribution, everything. Simon interrupted before Nicole finished speaking. I don't take the price of my script and the advance payment for the producer's fee, so I can save almost $100, so, the funds used are actually only $6 million. Simon stretched out 5 fingers on his left hand and 1 finger on his right up, this. Now it was Nicole's turn to be surprised. The cost of the script was $850,000 according to her asking price. The production salary of the little guy was almost more than $100,000, and the new producer was only $250,000 at most. Well, it does save $1 million. Have you made up your mind? Nicole Kidman was better off after thinking about it. I want to ask, except for the distribution rights in Australia, the distribution rights in other regions have not been sold, right? Simon really doesn't want to sell the distribution rights now, and the cost is now so low. Well, okay, I'll talk to Roadshow Pictures. What, are you in a hurry? Nicole looked at the eager look of the little guy. It was really funny. The cost of $6 million. The Australian side invested $1.2 million. You only need to invest less than $5 million. Simon counted the account in a low voice, then raised his head and said, then, I will get 25% of the income from the movie. No, it's too high. 20%. Your script is valuable. $1 million counts as a stake for you. $7 million budget, almost 15%, plus your producer share gives you 5%. Nicole Kidman said is undeniable the tone of absoluteness. If you get some producer advance payment, not even 5%, it's too dark, and they all make cheap money from themselves. The production fee is 5%, which is almost the same. With the participation of the script, it is not bad to be able to get 20% of the movie income, Simon calculated in his heart. According to the standards of independent films, even if the North American box office exceeds $100 million, he will not make much money. Even if the North American box office has $100 million and the theater takes 50%, the distribution company can receive 20% of the distribution commission for this kind of independent film. The general commission for the series is 8%, and the other films are 10% to 20%. Between Juno depends on Nicole Kidman's energy. Every point less in the distribution commission is a lot of money. Moreover, the promotional expenses paid in advance by the distribution company will also be deducted, and the remaining 30% will have to be deducted from the promotional expenses, which is estimated to be in the thousands of dollars. The North American box office is $100 million, and as an independent production, there are still $20 million. 20%, Simon, can be divided into $4 million. Of course, there are some members of the crew who share the net profit of the box office. Those don't matter. They will get a smaller base if they operate casually. Therefore, the real money will depend on the overseas box office. After all, if North America is a big hit, overseas release, whether it is sold out or divided, can be discussed. Of course, there are also the DVD market, TV broadcasting, etc., which are also the main income. In short, at the box office in the North American market, Simon can't make much money. North America is a big hit, and the subsequent overseas markets and peripheral income are more. This is also because many producers generally sell off the North American distribution rights to distribution companies. For example, the producer of Crash sold the distribution rights in the North American market for $6.5 million at a cost of $4 million. The cost was recovered by $4 million. Now Lionsgate is vigorously promoting it, and the overseas box office is estimated to be similar to the North American market. At that time, the producer will earn the overseas market. 20% is also okay. Can you sign a contract as soon as possible, and then give me money? I can't wait. Simon doesn't care. This movie is famous. Other people can make money. I want to be famous. That, the North American distribution rights, if we sell them, I believe there should be $4 or $5 million. Nicole Kidman's idea is normal. The North American distribution rights are sold first, and they basically don't have to pay much. Hey, Nicole, listen to me, now that the distribution rights are being sold, the price won't be high. After all, it's a 3-no film, and there is only one script, so they won't make it very high. After the film is made, the price may be higher, but I want the movie to be released as soon as possible, so we divide the labor and cooperate. I am in charge of the film production. You are responsible for contacting the distribution company. The big distributors don't have to think about it. The film plan of the film is generally not long, although the distribution ability is not very good, but please believe in the quality of the film I made. Simon persuaded. If it's less than $5 million, I won't spend it indiscriminately. Simon just wanted her to call the money quickly. You're not in a hurry, at least you have to talk to the director of the movie, and there's a lot of preparation work, Nicole Kidman said with a face up and started teaching again, thinking about asking for money. Here, wait, I'll introduce someone to show you. Simon made a quick phone call after finishing speaking. Half an hour later, a young man walked in. Hi, Simon. Hi, Jason. Nicole, this is Mr. Jason Reitman, the director of the movie. We are all ready. Simon introduced the under 30-year-old to Nicole. Ms. Nicole Kidman, it's nice to meet you. Of course, Jason Reitman knew that this was an investor. For a newcomer who has only made one short film, a month ago, the young guy found himself and said he wanted to direct a movie, and he was stunned at the time. Then, after reading the script, the two often chatted and exchanged opinions. Can the filming finally start now? Excited, Nicole Kidman looked. This Jason Reitman is a director? Certainly not 30 years old, right, Jason? I directed a short film before, which is very good, Simon said, and then said to Jason Reitman, quickly take out the preparation book you made and show it to investors. Okay, Ms. Kidman, I discussed with Simon for a long time, $6 million. We shot in Canada. Although the scene involves different seasons, but we don't need to change, use some fake props to show the difference between spring, summer, autumn and winter scenery, please see. Jason Reitman said as he took out the prepared documents. Chapter 10. My Juno. In Nicole Kidman's mansion, Simon and Sonia Roman came together. Of course, Nicole Kidman's call the big star shouted, and Simon had to run over obediently, all for the money. The 23-year-old producer and screenwriter, the 28-year-old director. How could I believe it? Nicole said to Simon, who was sitting opposite, with a grim expression. Forget it, the things you prepared are not bad. Have you brought the contract? Nitch was sitting on the sofa. After meeting in the coffee shop a few days ago, she was indeed a little angry, but I can't blame him. The budget is too low, and the little guy can't do anything about it. The new director and new actor, the only one who is somewhat well known, is probably the heroine Ellen Page. Oh, bring it. Simon took out the contract from the bag as quickly as possible, all of which were made by a lawyer, and everything was ready. Nicole suddenly asked, what is Xinghe Pictures? Well, I registered for a film production company before, and now I am alone, and the registration place is in an office of AC Entertainment Agency, Simon said without blushing and heartbeat, and glanced at Sonia. By the way, Roman's expression, really wonderful. You, thoughtful and thoughtful. Nicole watched for a while, and then signed her name. The funds will arrive soon. I will send someone over to the crew, and Village Roadshow Pictures will also send an executive producer. Help, you have to hire them anyway, and the same goes for hiring them. Sonia Roman borrowed her own office shamelessly because of small things, and thought that Nicole might quit the project because of the film's main creator. Unexpectedly, well, don't worry, I will start preparing for the filming of the film immediately. The scene construction and actor selection will begin at the same time. We are almost ready, the funds are in place, and we can immediately enter the substantive stage. Simon really felt that it was not easy, for this investing is not easy. Well, you prepare me well. I'm looking for a publisher recently, and I'll notify you when the time comes. Nicole Kidman also seemed to be infected by the little guy's confidence. Subsequently, Simon and Sonia Roman returned to the AC agency together. Sonia, I'm going to requisition your place as an audition venue. Alice, we can finally start. Simon leaned on the sofa, showing a trace of exhaustion. Let's use it. My people have to try it first anyway, and I can clean up my place anyway. Sonia Roman really didn't expect that Simon Parker really became a filmmaker at the end of January. Nicole Kidman's funds hit the account of $5 million, and Village Roadshow's $1.2 million also arrived with a total of $6.2 million. I have food in my hands, and I don't panic. All the work is carried out in an orderly manner with the assistance of Village Roadshow. The director's job of assembling the crew is much simpler. Simon is only responsible for the overall consideration, and the specific shooting work is of course the director's. Director Jason Reitman was in charge of the crew and actors, while Simon took the team to Canada to find and build a set. Ultimately, the chosen primary site was a house in the Vancouver area. The scenes are relatively simple, such as the home of the couple who adopted the child in the film, the starring school and family, etc. After more than a month of preparation, the crew rushed to Vancouver to shoot, and Simon was waiting for the crew to come at the shabby opening ceremony. Nicole Kidman came over deliberately, but brought a lot of media. I still want a star. Simon and the director stood by and looked at Nicole Kidman, the Oscar-winning actress who was being interviewed. Okay, Simon, we are both newcomers, young and not well known. Nicole is a Hollywood superstar, and Ellen Page's attention is relatively high. Jason Reitman was very optimistic. With the popularity brought by Nicole Kidman, the movie finally got some exposure. Shit, well, this time we have to fight to become famous. Simon cheered. Of course, Ellen Page fits the protagonist too well. Simon, your vision is really good. When I watched Hard Candy and read the script again, Ellen Page was in my heart. Juno, Simon smiled, no matter if what this guy said was true or not. Anyway, the flattery is good. After the ceremony, Nicole Kidman gave the crew a sigh of relief before heading back to Los Angeles. By the way, Simon, in a few days, you will come to Focus Pictures with me. Let's talk about the release of movies. Focus Pictures has released very few movies this year, and there are enough schedules. Nicole walked while walking. Said to Simon, who was beside him, okay, it's hard for the big six distributors to like this kind of low-cost independent film anyway, and their schedules are estimated to have been arranged last year. Although this kind of independent distributor is also a subsidiary of the Big Six, but the independence of the film is also quite high, and it is also dedicated to distributing independent films like ours. Simon thinks it is alright. Focus Pictures belongs to Universal's independent film distributors, and Fox Searchlight Pictures, Paramount Advantage, Sony Classic and so on, although you can also find Miramax, New Line, Lionsgate, etc., but they release a lot of movies every year, and it takes a long time to arrange the schedule. Simon is planning to release Juno as soon as possible this year, and is thinking about the movie adaptation rights of The Devil of Fashion. After half a month, I'll take you to Focus Pictures to meet the person in charge there, Nicole said and got into the car. Simon still has to stay on the crew. Although the crew is perfect now, Simon does not need to stay on the crew all the time as the main controlling producer, but this is Simon's first movie, and it is very important. The story is not complicated, and the requirements for the director are actually very low. Jason Reitman is not because of his ability. The main reason is that this guy is cheap, and his ideas are also very consistent with the theme of the movie. Ellen Page is 18 this year, but she is short and looks like an underage. Her performance in Hard Candy can be seen from her performance beyond her peers. The filming progressed very quickly, and Simon returned to Los Angeles after 10 days of stay, ready to meet the executives of Focus Pictures, and Sonia Roman seems to be a little more beautiful now. There were not many signed actors on hand. This time, in addition to Ellen Page, there is also a supporting role. Before the movie started, Simon discovered that Sonia Roman had an actress named Blake Lively. Gossip Girl TV series, unfortunately it has not yet aired. Summer of Jeans, starred by Blake Lively last year, will also be released on June 1st this year. Sonia, can't Blake star in any dramas? She is also 18 years old this year. She should hone her acting skills. She looks good and has a good figure. As long as there is a chance, she will always succeed. Simon sat on the sofa, commenting on Blake Lively. Blake Lively is different from ordinary actors. She lives a healthy life. Her parents, brothers and sisters are all actors. Although they are all young actors, she is also a good student in school. Summer of Jeans people, she was chosen at a glance, and she is still capable, but she is short of opportunity and needs to be exposed, Sonia Roman said, looking at Simon. What's the matter? Simon was very uncomfortable with her straight eyes. Simon, I think you're a very good kid, handsome and capable. You should have a girlfriend, right? Blake Lively is also a beautiful young girl, or, that's okay? I've only met her 2 or 3 times, and I'm always so busy right now, with my career first. Simon thinks Blake Lively is good, but he can't say he just likes it. Well, you will definitely have some events in the future. It's okay to have Blake attend as your female companion. You are very popular with girls now. Sonia Roman signed Ellen Page, But can't give up on Blake Lively. Rest assured, I will pay attention to Blake Lively. When the time comes, there will be a suitable role for my own people. If it is exposed, I have nothing to talk about now. It should be fine after the movie is released, Simon said, no matter what. In this way, Sonia Roman is good to herself and takes care of herself. By the way, when you sign actors in the future, you still have to choose some good seedlings. I can't make only one movie, okay? I'm going to call you Mr. Pike in the future, little guy, Sonia Roman smiled. If Simon Pike develops in the future, he will follow him. Taking care of him before, this investment is worth it. Well, tomorrow I'm going to Focus Pictures in Universal City. I hope that the distribution share that Nicole and them talked about won't be too outrageous. Simon was still a little worried. Don't think about it, Nicole Kidman is still capable. Sonia Roman didn't understand. By the way, you want me to help you pay attention to the situation of the devil of fashion. Do you really have an idea for this movie? Yes, I hope I can raise enough funds before they shoot. In short, you should pay attention to Lauren Weisberg. If the film is prepared, you will definitely receive some news in advance, Simon said. With his current, he certainly can't convince Lauren Weisberg and Dune Entertainment to drop the agreement, and he has no money. Okay, I'll pay attention for you. After all, Lauren Weisberg is also under my banner. I will definitely know this kind of news, but the priority agreement signed by Dune Entertainment for the film adaptation rights of that novel is $1.8 million. If you want it, the price must be higher. Anyway, it needs $200,000. Sonia Roman knew very well that it was all because of money. How could Simon have these $2 or $3 million now? Wait, I hope everything will be in time by then. Simon sighed. He needed money, but he didn't know if he could catch up. Chapter 11 Issues. Universal Pictures parent company Vivendi. Universal Entertainment, the entertainment division of Vivendi Group, was acquired by General Electric Group just last year. After General Electric Group acquired 80% of Vivendi Universal's shares, Universal Pictures and General Electric, the NBC radio and television networks, are combined to form the NBC Universal Entertainment Group. Universal Pictures, now a subsidiary of NBC Universal Entertainment, is headquartered in Universal City, between Los Angeles and Hollywood. Universal City No. 1 is the headquarters address of Universal Pictures. Focus Pictures, as an independent film distribution label under Universal Pictures, is of course also here. Focus Pictures was established in 2002 by the merger of three small film companies under Universal Pictures, namely Good Machine Pictures, Universal Focus Pictures, and American Films. Focus Pictures is Universal's special label for producing and distributing independent films. It also distributes foreign films in the North American market. For House of Flying Daggers, released last year, the North American distribution rights were acquired by Focus Pictures. Have you talked to them? What is the preliminary agreement? On the way, Simon asked Nicole Kidman. The distribution commission is 19%, and the publicity fee is also deducted from the box office. I'm calling you mainly to talk about the release schedule and publicity, Nicole Kidman said lightly. With a 19% commission, the distribution company really makes money. Simon thought to himself that he must have his own distribution network in the future. He still needs movies to support a ticket of distributors, so let's take it slowly. How is the filming going? I've only received the dubbing of one animation this year, so there's still plenty of time, and I'm going to see the editing of that Juno. Nicole originally wanted to take over Juno Fur, but because he invested in Juno, he gave up the small-budget independent film and took a break. The filming of the film went very smoothly. It is estimated that the film will be closed in the first half of next month, and the filming time will be about a month. My idea is to sign up for the Cannes Film Festival in May, and then start the promotion to see if it can be released at the end of July or early August, stepping on the summer vacation. The tail of the file is on, Simon said. What was in his mind? Well, in such a hurry, wouldn't it be better to release in December? Christmas time, Nicole Kidman asked. Focus Pictures has their flagship film Brokeback Mountain during the Christmas period. It is a very controversial film about homosexuality. Our Juno, which focuses on teenage pregnancy, is also controversial, and Brokeback is also controversial. The same schedule of The Mountain is not very good, and Brokeback Mountain is also invested by the Focus itself, and Juno can't compete with them in terms of resources. Simon still didn't say the reason. That is, the box office of Brokeback Mountain is higher than that of Juno. It's even more unbelievable. Coupled with the full controversy, the halo of Juno will be reduced, and to participate in the Cannes Film Festival, it is also necessary to avoid the Venice Film Festival in September, and Brokeback Mountain is going to participate in the Venice Film Festival. Remember, Juno was nominated for several Oscars. Brokeback Mountain is indeed very controversial. It's the same type as Juno. It seems that your idea is right. It was closed in early April, and it will participate in the Cannes Film Festival in May. Is it too urgent to release it in August? Nicole Kidman knows that this movie is simple and doesn't have any post-production, but you have to look at the arrangements of Focus Pictures. Don't worry, our Juno can be edited in May when participating in the selection of the Cannes Film Festival. We only need a rough cut version. It will be released in August, and there will be 3 months, which is completely enough. After all, Focus Pictures, the released films are all independent films, and many are released within a few days of release, and the promotion cycle is not long, which is different from the strategy of commercial films. Simon felt that it could not be close to Brokeback Mountain, otherwise Focus Pictures' resources are on it also. Universal Pictures just changed its backstage last year. Now there must be some high-level changes. Although the impact on Universal Pictures will not be great, if the following people have a successful film release, it will definitely be a good thing. Big distributors, like Universal Pictures that release their own films, have their release date set the year before, and shifting gears is not common. However, for small-budget independent films, shifting gears is commonplace. After all, many times the distributors will consider the quantity okay. I hope Focus Pictures will use some snacks in the promotion. Nicole Kidman voted $5 million. Of course, he is very concerned about this movie coming to Universal City 1. Nicole Kidman takes Simon Pike into the location where Focus Pictures is located. Nicole Kidman walked in front, Simon followed, and people passed by from time to time, and Simon didn't pay much attention. Simon bumped with a guy who came out of it, and one of the guy's documents fell off. I'm sorry. Simon apologized, then bent over to help him pick it up. It's okay. Anyway, it's trash that no one is optimistic about. The man also bent over, with some sadness in his words. Little Miss Sunshine. Is this a script? Simon happened to see the name of the cover when he picked it up. Yes, I've been writing it for 5 years, and no one likes it. After Focus Pictures researched it, it also gave up the investment, the man said, and reclipped the script. Simon, hurry up. Nicole urged back. Oh, Simon and the tragic writers nodded and left Little Sunshine. It's been 5 years and no one likes it. This is a small and broad movie. Dear, poor screenwriter, you must buy this script. The price is definitely low. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Simon followed up as usual. Nicole Kidman met with Focus's head of distribution, David Lin, who worked with the head of production director James Shamus as the co-president of Focus Pictures. Simon Pike is just a small person, listening more and speaking less. Nicole Kidman is the main talker. July is not good for release, but August is fine. There is no problem with participating in the Cannes Film Festival, as long as the film can be selected. After the filming is over, we will hold an internal preview first, and then discuss the announcement and distribution plan, and then organize it later. A small audience will try it out, and their evaluation will determine the strength of the film's release, David Lynch said with a smile, looking at the young Simon Pike, only 23 years old. Yes, you are so confident that you will be selected by the Cannes Film Festival. That is a good thing. Our focus this year has a self-produced Broken Flower that has been invited to the Cannes Film Festival, and Broken Arm Mountain was also invited to the Venice Film Festival, and we all participated. In May, let's see if Broken Flower or Juno wins. Really, that's good. There will be someone to take care of at that time. The main creators of our crew are all newcomers and have little experience, Simon also said with a smile. You have Nicole Kidman, which comes with its own spotlight, David Lynn joked, too. However, the script of Juno is still good. If it is well filmed, it may not be possible without success. Thank you, David. This little guy used to ask for money every day. The movie box office was not good, so I locked the little guy in the house and wrote the script every day, Nicole Kidman said, glaring at Simon. Then, all three laughed. By the way, Mr. Lin, when I just came in, I met a screenwriter with a script. Is he here to sell the script? Simon took the opportunity to ask. Yes, Michelle Andert's script is too bland. We were going to buy it, but after discussing it again, we decided to give up. I heard that he wrote it for 5 years, and no one has taken over. David Lynn knew that Simon Peck was also a screenwriter. Simon, this situation is very normal. After all, there are a lot of scripts in Hollywood every day. Well, I understand, If I didn't find a way to get my script Juno in front of Nicole, I don't know how many years it would take, Simon said, but he remembered that David Michel Andert, author of Little Sunshine, as Lynn speaks after leaving Universal City, Simon and Nicole had a meal together. Although he remembered the script of Little Miss Sunshine in the hands of Michel Andert, he still talked about another thing. Nicole, there is a novelist Lauren Weisberg under Sonia Roman. Her novel The Devil of Fashion is very good. Let's buy the film adaptation rights. Okay, well, I've read this novel. It was quite popular back then. It should have been taken away by other producers or film companies, right? Nicole looked up and said Dune Entertainment signed a 5-year preemption agreement, $1.8 million, paid a deposit of $200,000, and the film did not start production, and Dune Entertainment paid the author $150,000 a year, so we could negotiate with them to adapt the novel into a movie. Buy the right back, I thought, let them give up the agreement, we will not spend more than $3 million at most. Simon said in a low voice, $3 million? Simon, you're making your first movie now, and now you're thinking about other movies? Can you get this thing done first and think about other things? Nicole hated. Hey, I have participated in the script adaptation of the novel. It's really good. If you don't want to buy it, then I will buy it. I will mortgage you with 20% of the movie income of my Juno. Can you buy the script for me? Even if you don't make it later, the adaptation rights can be sold for $2 million, and I'll definitely have the money back to you. Simon said, looking at Nicole eagerly. You really want it? Nicole has become more and more confident in Juno, and David Lynn is also optimistic. He mortgaged 20% of the movie's proceeds. No big problem. If you want, you come forward to discuss with Dune Entertainment and Lauren Weisberg, and help me buy back the film adaptation rights. Chapter 12. The script is in hand. In Century City, Simon Pike is sitting on the sofa at home, waiting for news from Sonia Roman. Michel Andert's script Little Miss Sunshine. Simon entrusted Sonia Roman to buy it, in the name of Xinghai Pictures. That guy was also the first script. Moreover, no one cares about it for 5 years, and the price can be pushed hard. After all, no one is optimistic about the script. Of course it is cheap. Nicole Kidman also agreed to buy back the film adaptation rights of The Devil of Fashion for herself, using the film's share of Juno as collateral. The phone rang, and it was Sonia Roman. Sonia, how's it going? What's the price? Hey, $250,000 really can't be lower. It's not like you sold that hard candy last year. Okay, sign the contract, $250,000. Simon himself has a deposit of $100,000. Just leave $50,000 as living expenses. For Fruit Hard Candy, the producer also recently gave him a red envelope of $40,000. After all, Fruit Hard Candy made $6.5 million at the box office, plus DVDs and other peripherals, and that guy made it. It seems that it will cost more than $100,000 Juno budget, but fortunately Nicole paid $5 million, plus the Australian distribution rights are sold for $1.2 million. There is a lot of budget. Just enough to acquire the script of Little Miss Sunshine. Perfect. Simon couldn't help but dance to cha-cha in the living room alone. The shooting time of Juno only took 35 days, and then began to edit and make simple special effects in the editing room of Village Roadshow Pictures. Simon and Nicole walked out together. Simon looked tired. Have you been here for a long time? Nicole asked. Fortunately, I just care about the quality of the movie, and I can't fail, Simon said casually. By the way, do you have anything to do with me? Simon was pulled out of the editing room by Nicole Kidman. You've got the script done. It cost $2.8 million in total. Sonia Roman signed the contract for writer Lauren Weisberg, but the script hasn't been changed. Nicole Kidman delivers the good news. It's great. Don't worry about the script. I will join the adaptation when the time comes. I was just helping out before. Simon will of course end the scene this time. The screenwriter participates in more than 30% of the script and has the authorship. Let Lauren Weisberg's signature is sufficient. Tomorrow night, a movie translation Storm starring me will be released. I will participate in the movie promotion during this period of time. Will you go to the Cannes Film Festival next month? I'm not going. It's better for you to lead the team and promote our film in Europe. By the way, your influence is an important exposure point for a film promotion. I'm a screenwriter. It's useless. Simon wants to draw. It's time to adapt the script of The Devil's Head with author Lauren Weisberg. Okay, after the editing is done, I will also go to the preview meeting of Focus Pictures, and then I will see the response. Nicole Kidman now realizes that he is indeed inferior to Simon Pike in filmmaking. This guy always can make some good comments. Don't worry, I won't fail after spending so much energy. Okay, you can also go back to rest. The director and editor are here. You can give your opinion when you get there. There's no need to stay here all the time. Well, okay. Simon did feel a little tired in mid-May. The editing of Juno was all completed. After watching the finished film, the distribution department of Focus Pictures thought it was good and set a schedule for the film to be 8.2. Nicole Kidman, who left Focus Pictures, seems to be in a good mood, and the gloom of the Oscars season in March has dissipated. The literary film Rebirth, which was released last year, was originally hopeful. Although it was nominated for the Best Actress, it lost to Hilary Swank's $1 Million Baby. Hilary Swank wins her second Oscar for Best Actress. Simon. Just after Focus Pictures' preview session ended, David Lynn revealed that he is willing to spend $14 million to buy out the North American distribution rights of Juno. Nicole Kidman tapped the corner of his mouth and did not hide his heart joy then. You refuse. Simon is the master controller, and the North American distribution rights are no trivial matter now. The North American market can basically be worth all the overseas markets. Don't worry, the schedule is set, and I think the movie is good. David Lynn makes me more confident, although he said that as long as I sign the contract, the check can be taken away immediately. I think I have to discuss it with you. Nicole kept smiling. That's good. In the overseas market after the North American market is released, you can sell the distribution rights as you like, and the price at that time can't be as arbitrary as before. Simon continued after thinking about it. It seems that Village Roadshow Entertainment also has its own branch in Europe. You can contact them when the time comes, and you can find publishers in overseas regions through them. I'll try it, but Village Roadshow's main regions are North America and Australia, and other regions are just offices. In terms of overseas distribution capabilities, who can compare to the 6 major Hollywood distributors? Nicole Kidman. Although man understands that by contacting local distributors, he will save the middleman's price difference, but this network is not built up by someone who just won an Oscar title by himself. I understand which major publisher can make a bid at that time. I am willing to directly sell off the overseas distribution rights. Simon needs to quickly. It will take too long to receive funds and share them overseas. Don't think too far. I will take the crew to Cannes tomorrow. We were shortlisted for the main competition of the Cannes Film Festival. If we finally won the Palme d'Or, that would be great. Nicole is looking forward to her film as a producer to win the Palme d'Or. The Cannes Film Festival is also a suitable place for film promotion. You can contact some distributors, but don't sell it. We will wait until it is released in North America, Simon reminded very seriously, worried that she couldn't help selling some regional films distribution rights. Understood. You've said it many times, you really don't go. You can go to Cannes as a tour. I don't think you have a lot of rest in recent months. Nicole Kidman hard-hearted, but the little guy has worked so hard in the past few months, doing a lot of director and other creative work. No, I still have something to do. It's good to have you over there. I'm also a newcomer. It's not helpful to go. Simon waved his hand, and he still had to prepare for Little Sunshine and the Devil of Fashion. Woolen cloth. Nicole went home, and Simon returned to his Zinghe Films office, which is where the AC brokerage company is located. How is it? When is the schedule of the movie determined? Sonia Roman and Ellen Page next to them asked eagerly. Hey, 8.2, by the way, Ellen. You are going to Cannes with Nicole Kidman. For the flight ticket tomorrow afternoon, the director will also meet you at the airport. Simon is also very happy. After the schedule is confirmed, it means that you can relax. After all, in the case of publicity, the publishing company will call the shots, and you will cooperate on your own side. Great. Ellen Page's little face couldn't help but be excited. Your performance is very good. We will also sign up for next year's Oscars. I personally think you can get a Best Actress nomination, Simon said and patted Ellen Page's head with his hands. Oscar? Ellen Page just hoped that her movie could be released. Oscar was too far away for her. Okay, Ellen, go back and get ready, have a good rest, and go to Cannes tomorrow, Sonia Roman said at this time. Well, then I'm going back. Seeing Ellen Page jumping out the door, Sonia Roman smiled thoughtfully. Now, she looks like a child. She was too mature before. Well, she started acting at the age of 12, and she was basically a little dragon. She didn't play the protagonist until that Fruit Hard Candy. After Juno, her name must have been ringing. Simon is actually quite fond of this little guy. Like, very sensible child. Simon, you're only 23, she's 18 this year, but Ellen Page is too short. She looks 13, 14, Sonia Roman said it's an advantage and a disadvantage. Anyway, she will become famous next year. Simon shook his head. Her appearance determines that her lead role will not be too broad, and it is also good to appear as a supporting role in a blockbuster. If you don't go to Cannes, you are not only a screenwriter, but also a producer of the movie. How good it would be to go to Cannes. Sonia Roman asked in a puzzled way. It doesn't help the movie publicity when I go. Nicole Kidman goes, and the exposure will increase. It's good that I am in charge of the movie. Simon is very practical. Big stars are responsible for publicity, and people make the best use of them. Oh, I'm also going to let you take Blake Lively with you. It's good to see the world. There's a chance. Blake Lively's conditions are good. You can pay attention to whether some TV production companies have the kind of urban fashion drama production. Then I will also invest in TV production. It is not difficult to win her role. Simon has also been yearning for Gossip Girl for a long time, and it seems that it will start broadcasting in the past 2 years. You are also interested in TV? Sonia Roman smiled in surprise. The popular TV is so profitable. Maybe my investment will become popular. By the way, I've shown the script for Little Sunshine to the director couple Jonathan Dayton and Valerie Faris, and they're willing to direct. Sonia Roman to Simon Pike outside. I'm a little worried about Nicole Kidman's name. Chapter 13. Let an app get started. It was also Nicole Kidman's name that bought the rights to the film adaptation from Lauren Weisberg. Now I am in contact with other directors, and I also say that Nicole Kidman may invest in movies. After all, they have already invested in Juno, right? Jonathan Dayton, Valerie Faris and his wife can let them do some preparatory work on the movie plan, and the funds will definitely be in place after October. Simon also knows that it's a bit embarrassing to have no funds now, but he wants to direct a movie. I have to pay. Anyway, I have only directed short films and documentaries before. Just like the director of Juno before, I have to prepare all the work that can be done without spending money. As soon as the funds arrive, I will contact the staff to start work. Although the ability of the new director has not been confirmed, it is cheap and obedient. I'm an agent, you let me do all these jobs. Sonia Roman shouted inwardly, and I became your assistant. Sonia, I think you can close this agency and help me manage Xinghai Pictures with peace of mind. They are all acquaintances, and it is convenient to use, Simon said with a smile. Do you really want me to be your assistant? God, your movie hasn't been released yet. Let's wait until Juno is released, but if you make money, my salary can't be less. Sonia Roman felt. Can enter the ranks of producers, who will become a small agent. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Hollywood is the best of times and the worst of times. Simon smiled and strode to his office in March. Miramax's Weinstein brothers left Disney with $130 million and their Demon Studio to set up Weinstein Pictures in early April. Sony Group and a Wall Street consortium acquired MGM for $4.8 billion, with $2.8 billion in debt. Sony and 4 investment companies invested $2 billion in cash to control MGM, and obtained MGM's powerful film library. At present, Viacom Group, Paramount's parent company, is competing with NBC Universal for DreamWorks Studios. Of course, DreamWorks Animation split from DreamWorks last year and is listed on Nasdaq alone, not listed here. The heroine of Little Miss Sunshine is a problem. She is young and needs to be active and has a certain performance energy. Looking at the script, such a family comedy road movie is indeed too bland, mainly about the trivial life of the family. The success of the film may have resonated with some audiences. Looking at the 8-12-year-old child star information collected on the table, there are 2 that meet the requirements of the movie. Dakota Fanning, 11 years old, famous child star, has starred in several popular movie roles, I Am Sam, Rage to the Rescue, and War of the Worlds, which will be released in August this year. She also has a younger sister named Elle Fanning, but at 7 years old that seems too young. Abigail Breslin, who is only 9 years old this year, looks similar to Dakota Fanning. Her acting experience is even richer. In 2002, she starred in Yuan Zhao and was nominated for the Young Art Award. In terms of fame and performance experience, the current Abigail Breslin is indeed the best among child stars. Therefore, Abigail Breslin's salary is very expensive, $2 million, and she is also the protagonist of the original Little Miss Sunshine. But this movie is also one of her brightest films. As for Dakota Fanning, except for I Am Sam, the movies she participated in before were very good, and the box office like Rage Rescue was very mediocre. Dakota Fanning's salary is only half of Abigail Breslin's, and even if War of the Worlds is coming out soon, it won't rise to $2 million. Abigail Breslin has participated in 3 films this year, and the schedule needs to be discussed as soon as possible, but Simon has no funds to start the project now. Dakota Fanning is the heroine chosen by Simon. The production budget of $8 million should be saved, and the other supporting roles will also cost money. Fortunately, the scene is simple. In May, the summer vacation period in the United States has begun, and these 2 months will be an important period for major film companies to compete for Xinhai Pictures. Xinhai, Simon's dream is still very lofty. Independent studios need to make a breakthrough. It is difficult. The only independent production and distribution companies with certain capabilities that still maintain independence are Lionsgate, Summit Entertainment and DreamWorks, which has suffered serious losses as expected. DreamWorks will also be acquired by Paramount this year. Lionsgate, as a listed company, has investors from Wall Street bankers and investors. The Cannes Film Festival in 2005 lasted for more than 10 days from 5.11 to 5.22. The Juno crew came to Cannes on 5.18, a few-day film festival. This film Juno can be described as a blockbuster. After watching the film, people have given very good reviews, and distributors from Europe and other regions have also poured in. Wow, I didn't expect our films to be so popular, and distributors from all over come to seek opportunities for cooperation. Nicole Kidman had just sent off a British Tecnam film distributor and returned to the hotel to have her own. The Room said to his assistant with a comfortable face, "I heard that Juno is a strong contender for the Palme d'Or at the closing ceremony tomorrow." These days, the theater where Juno is showing is full, the assistant reminded happily. Well, it seems that Simon Pike is really capable. Nicole Kidman immediately thought of something and asked, "Show me the movies that will be released in the United States in June and July." My Own Fairy Wife at Home was released on 6.24, Mrs. and Mrs. Smith, which I rejected, was released on 6.10, and Wedding Australian was released on 7.15. He is optimistic about Mr. and Mrs. Smith and Wedding Australian, but he is not optimistic about The Fairy Wife starring him. Nicole Kidman muttered in his heart, "What will happen? Okay, let us know the Juno crew. I'll invite everyone to dinner tonight," Nicole told the assistant. Los Angeles, in the small office of Xinhai Pictures, Lauren Weisberg said to Simon with a smirk, "I guess that you want to buy the rights to adapt my novel. Hey, if it wasn't for Nicole Kidman, how would Dune Entertainment agree? After all, selling Nicole Kidman's face is more useful than selling me a small role." Simon shrugged helplessly. "I haven't found a publisher to invest in, and it's better to make money by selling it, but it's up to you to choose who you sell to." "Hey, okay, how is the script I sent? It's been changed according to your request. More than half of the changes have been made. When are you going to start shooting this movie?" "Of course, Lauren Weisberg hopes to start shooting as soon as possible. I also hope to see my work being made into a movie as soon as possible. Well, filming can definitely start at the end of this year. Now I'm already doing some preparatory work. I'm choosing the director and actors. When the time comes, I can form the crew and wait for the funds to be in place." Simon is waiting for Juno is released. Juno? The Cannes Film Festival is a beautiful film, but it missed the big prize palm. The best actress and the best director also came back, Lauren Weisberg said with a pity. "Fortunately, didn't we get the jury prize, second only to the Palme d'Or? As for best actress and best director, it is probably because of their rookie status." Simon felt okay. Juno in Yang Ming at the Cannes Film Festival is enough. Before Broken Arm Mountain appeared, and after the popularity of Crash has dissipated, Juno is definitely the hottest art film at present. "Forget it, Simon. I've always wanted to ask if you're interested in writing novels?" Lauren Weisberg asked. "The value of a best-selling novel is great. Not currently. It takes too long to write a novel. After that, I don't even want to write the script myself. I will directly set the script outline and find the screenwriter to perfect it." Simon shook his head and spent a few months writing the novel. "Forget it. However, if I have any new ideas in the future, I will not rule out hiring someone to write the story. Anyway, it is very common to hire someone to write the story. Not all memoirs or autobiographies of famous people are written by someone." Lauren Weisberg couldn't deny it, and the two chatted for a while before Lauren Weisberg left in the afternoon. The flamboyant Sonia Roman came back, saw Simon there, and said with a smile, "Simon, Ellen Page has just followed the role of Invisible Cat in 20th Century Fox's blockbuster X-Men 3, although only a supporting role, but you also know the popularity of the X-Men series. I heard that the cost budget of X-Men 3 is more than $200 million, and the director is Brett Ratner, who directed the Rush Hour series. Simon is of course concerned. There are many comic books this year: Batman 1, Mystery of Shadows, Fantastic Four and Erica, Humanoid. Marvel's Ace Spider-Man series and X-Men series have been reaping the box office in recent years. Fantastic Four, Daredevil, and others are all on the street again, and it's hard to describe the way Marvel is now living on debt. Simon's heart is hot, and he must take Marvel into his own pocket before Iron Man appeared in the future. As long as you have various Marvel characters in your hands, you will be able to benefit the invincible position of the film industry. Of course, Sonia Roman did not notice the firmness of Simon's eyes. At this moment, she seemed to see Ellen Page's glorious days after becoming a big star. She also selectively forgot about Simon asking her to give up her brokerage business to help manage Xinghai Pictures. Chapter 14. Nicole and Amp surprise. On 6.11, Simon pointed at the newspaper in his hand and said, "Oh, look at the premiere of Mrs. Smith last night. How grand. All kinds of publicity have not been interrupted, and the scale of publicity has been increased 3 months in advance. Let's take a look at our Juno. If it is not for a little reputation at the Cannes Film Festival, I can't find any information about the film." Sonia Roman, who was sitting opposite, looked helpless. "What's the use of you talking in front of me? Go and complain to the distribution department of Focus Pictures." Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are big stars, with over $100 million in investment, and now both of them have admitted to being in a relationship. Brad Pitt is carrying his wife Jennifer Aniston behind his back. Tony and Julie's affair was also made public, which is such a big news, and of course their movie has a lot of attention. Sonia Roman replied casually, "Last year, I also ran a trick in their Mr. and Mrs. Smith, but I was beaten a few times by the heroine Angelina Jolie of Pain. It's normal." Anyway, Jennifer Aniston and Brad Pitt separated at the beginning of the year, and the divorce is estimated to be coming soon. After all, Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie are now together. Sonia Roman of course pay attention to this kind of celebrity gossip. "It was quite correct to announce the relationship to the media when the movie was released," Simon said. "After all, the two of them were secretly filmed by reporters many times. Whether it was an affair or not, they did not admit it to the media anyway this time. Before the movie was released, it was announced to the media that they were already together, which indeed attracted a lot of attention." Mr. and Mrs. Smith was released in 3,400 theaters, and the first weekend of 3 days was $50.34 million. The next weekend was $26 million, and after the weekdays, the North American box office grossed $96.7 million in 10 days, a successful popcorn movie. On 6.22, The Fairy Wife at Home opened in 3,150 theaters, and the North American box office was only $20.13 million in the first weekend. The next weekend was $9.15 million. Including working days, the box office in 10 days was only $38.66 million. In Beverly Hills, Nicole Kidman threw the box office numbers to the ground in her own home. Simon Parker said it right: "The gap is too big." Nicole Kidman wanted to lose his temper, but couldn't say anything. Pat Kingsley picked up the box office data on the ground, and the box office reputation of The Fairy Wife is very low. On the other hand, Mrs. and Mrs. Smith has accumulated a total of $146 million at the North American box office. Pat Kingsley was there when Simon Pike spoke his mind, and it was hard to argue with that. MRU 0026. Mrs. Smith got a lot of attention because of the hype of Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's romance. Explains Pat Kingsley. "Forget it. When will the low-cost romantic comedy Wedding Australian be released?" Nicole Kidman asked with a wave of her hand. 7.15, 10 days before that movie comes out, Pat Kingsley responded, "Juno is also about to be released. The little guy is always clamoring for me to negotiate with Focus Pictures to increase publicity, Alice." Nicole Kidman is now more and more convinced that Simon's correctness, the ability to read the script. Really great. Juno has just won the Best Picture at this year's Rome Film Festival, the American Film Critics' Choice Award for Comedy, Best Actress, and Best Ensemble Performance. There is still a certain amount of exposure. Pat Kingsley is already helping PR for the Juno Awards, and next year's Golden Globes, the Oscars, will also be participating. "Forget it. Call Simon Pike to come to me and discuss it. He is very interested in this movie, but he doesn't have any resources and connections." Nicole Kidman knew that the guy was poor now. Not only did he help himself to buy the adaptation rights for the novel and movie of The Devil of Fashion, but he even bought another script that no one was optimistic about for several years. Yes, Simon Parker has been really poor recently. He has to pay rent and living expenses. He hasn't had any income for several months. If it weren't for the producer of Juno, a lot of expenses could be reimbursed, and he didn't know how to live. Participating in film festivals costs money, but fortunately, I save enough money. Simon was in talks with Dakota Fanning's agent about appearing in Little Sunshine when Nicole called. The cooperation intentions have been reached. Just wait for the contract to be signed, pay the advance payment, and then you can join the group to film. Simon Pike drives his second-hand Chevrolet to Nicole's estate, and Nicole is drinking coffee on a garden chair. Hey, Nicole, is there any good news? Juno is still a month away. They have to spend some money to increase some publicity. $5 or $6 million must be invested. Simon's mind is full of propaganda right now. Increase propaganda. Juno is released as a literary film, and Focus Pictures does not have the courage to release Crash by Lionsgate. They release a lot of movies in a year, and they don't have many resources allocated to us, Nicole said. Kidman had already called to ask about the situation. It is released as an art film, which means that it is ready to be released in art theaters, and there are only a few dozen theaters that have opened. It depends on the word of mouth of our film. Simon is really angry, and Focus Pictures is also 19% distribution commission? Then you might as well just find a small distribution company. They can also win dozens of theaters. Okay, I'll go talk to them when the time comes. As long as word of mouth builds up, the fastest speed up circulation, increase copies, Nicole said. Nicole, can you let them hold the premiere? Now the summer season is really too intense. The news of Juno is too small. August, the summer vacation is over, and now our publicity can't keep up. Come on, I'm worried that our exposure will be getting lower and lower. Simon hopes that Nicole will use her influence to increase the exposure of the movie. The premiere does not need to be too big, and Nicole can bring a few friends over. Juno will really succeed? Nicole asked suddenly. I'm very confident. Okay, there will be a premiere, and some friends in the circle will come too. There's only so much I can do, Nicole agreed. In fact, in Nicole's mind, there is a huge gap between the standard of success for a movie and what Simon thinks is successful. If he knew that the success of Juno in Simon's mind was more than $100 million at the North American box office, he would be shocked. 7.15 Wedding Australian was released, opened in less than 3,000 theaters, and grossed $32 million at the box office in the first weekend and 3 days. The next weekend was $26.2 million, and the 10-day cumulative box office hit $81 million. MRSU 0026 Mrs. Smith cost $110 million and currently has a box office of $175 million. The Fairy Wife at Home cost $85 million and has accumulated a total of $59.8 million at the box office. Nicole Kidman can no longer be calm in the face of such a result, and Simon Pike's eyes have confirmed it. The release date of Juno is 8.4, and in less than 10 days, Nicole Kidman began to contact friends in the circle, co-stars and fellow Australians. At the same time, the propaganda finally has a bit of a look, not just sticking a poster at the entrance of the movie theater. David, how much are you spending on publicity now? Nicole was on the phone with David Lynn of Focus Pictures. The budget is $2 million. If the effect is good after the release, we will increase the budget as soon as possible. We will not fall behind on copying and publicity. Okay. Nicole hung up the phone after saying that, $2 million, there should be some effects in these 10 days. Sure enough, they are a group of masters who don't see rabbits and don't throw eagles. Juno can't allocate many resources at all. Then he picked up the phone and dialed his agent, saying, Pat, please contact Focus Pictures. The premiere of Juno can't be too shabby. I will bring some friends over to the event. Okay, it's good for them to have you and some of your friends over at the premiere. Anyway, the higher the box office, the higher their commission. Nicole Kidman's expectations for Juno are getting bigger and bigger now. I don't know what kind of surprise she will give herself. The closer the release date of Juno is, the more Simon pays more attention. Little Miss Sunshine is waiting for the funds to arrive, and everything that needs to be prepared is ready. Some of the preparatory work for Fashion Devil is almost the same, and Simon also deliberately discussed it with Wendy Fineman, the producer of Dune Entertainment. Simon also plans to invite Wendy Fineman as one of the filmmakers, and will also hire the production team of Dune Entertainment to join the production of the film. After walking around LA for a while, Simon finally came across some Juno promotional canvases and ads. I don't know how many theaters Focus Pictures can make the movie open in, Simon said helplessly to himself. The extent of this kind of advertising, Simon feels that Focus Pictures has not spent all the $1 million It seems that it mainly depends on the word of mouth of the movie, and the theater will show it when it sees a profit. Remind Nicole to let Focus Pictures prepare the number of copies of the film as soon as possible. Back at the Xinghe Films office, it was really shabby enough. I was alone, not only the boss but also the employee. Fortunately, it is the place of the AC brokerage company, otherwise there will be no sweepers. Simon, the movie is about to be released. Why are you so unhappy? Sonia Roman asked in confusion when she saw Simon, who is a little sad. Simon shook his head and seemed a little embarrassed. I'm thinking, after this movie is released, I have to find a bigger place. Is the headquarters of Xinghe Pictures. It's annoying to think about recruiting employees. By the way, I don't want you to transfer this agency and help me manage my film company in the future. Not ready yet? Simon asked a series of questions, seemingly not paying attention to Sonia Roman's contemptuous eyes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 finally released. 7.4, Los Angeles, in a theater on Hollywood Boulevard where the premiere of Juno was held. Simon Pike just walked the red carpet holding Blake Lively, who is beautiful and excited today. That's Naomi Watts. I've seen the King Kong footage, and she has a lot of scenes with a gorilla in it. Blake Lively seemed to be looking forward to King Kong in December. Blake, how was your summer of jeans? Simon asked while looking at the star over there. It was released on 6.1, the results were average, and I didn't pay much attention to it. Blake Lively starred in Summer of Jeans. It's all thanks to Nicole Kidman, Hugh Jackman, Cate Blanchett and Naomi Watts are all Nicole's hometowns and friends. Otherwise, with Ellen Payne now, how can G's influence have such a scene? Simon said, watching the flashes of the reporters around him flickering at the stars. Ellen Page has received a lot of accolades in Cannes, and Juno won the jury prize at the Cannes Film Festival, said Blake Lively, who is familiar with Simon at AC Brokerage, both of whom are 18 years old. This role can also be given to yourself, Blake. You need characters to hone your acting skills now. Ellen Page has been playing roles since she was 12 years old. She is now acting better than many female stars. Simon clapped her hand. Oh, so can I play a role in your movie later? Of course. Sonia Roman still attaches great importance to you. When the time comes, you can find an episode for you to make a name for yourself. Simon laughed. Blake Lively held Simon's arm tightly and nodded obediently. Sonia Roman reminded him that Simon Parker was a genius, handsome, young, talented, and serious. 18-year-old Blake Lively can't be tempted. I'll go over. You go to the cinema and sit first. Simon watched Nicole beckoning to let him go over. Okay. Simon came to Nicole's side, and Nicole said helplessly, there are only 40 open theaters for our movie. 40, okay, Simon nodded. Today's scene has exceeded my expectations. It seems that you used a lot of favors. Fortunately, some of my friends are from my hometown, and some of the reporters are familiar to Pat. Nicole Kidman was also unhappy about the opening of only 40 theaters. Don't worry, word of mouth will counterattack. It's good to do a good job of copy production there, and then work overtime to make the number of copies. Simon is now a grandson, and it would be good to have his own distribution network in the future. I hope so. Nicole Kidman made a lot of effort this time. It seems that your Australian artists are really good, and the acting skills of the actors and actresses are quite good. Simon looked at Naomi Watts, who were interviewed over there, the criminal descendants of the British pirates in Australia. There are still a lot of talented stars out there, so what? It's not because we are foreigners and are squeezed by your Native American faction. Nicole Kidman, as the most expensive female star in a foreign country, has only received a salary of $17.5 million, while Native American Julia Roberts has made $20 million in top-tier pay. The United Kingdom and Australia belong to the English-speaking region, and they should be the best in Hollywood. What is the situation of actors in other parts of Europe and Hollywood? You don't know. Simon shook his head, still not satisfied. Do you want to introduce them to you? Nicole pointed to the Australian actors and asked, forget it, I will thank them after the movie is released. I believe they will be happy to know me when the time comes. Simon smiled. There is no need for it now, just a few actors. Simon didn't take it too seriously. As you wish, I hope it will be as you said. Nicole Kidman is not reluctant. How? Nicole, have you always wanted to ask me how much I look forward to Juno? Simon looked at Nicole and asked plainly, well, I want to know, My own box office expectation for this movie is about $30 million US. Nicole Kidman judged based on the buyout fee of Focus Pictures at that time. Simon smiled and stared Nicole Kidman in the eyes. $30 million is worth all the hard work Simon Pike put into making this movie? I've done so much, it took so long, not for that point. Then what are your expectations? Nicole's heart began to heat up. Nicole, I can tell you that the most correct investment you made is that you supported me in making this movie, and I will repay you with huge benefits, Simon said, turning around. Juno's North American box office of less than $100 million would be a failure for me, Simon Pike. $100 million? Nicole Kidman's eyes widened. This guy really dared to say that the North American box office of The Fairy Wife starring him has only exceeded $60 million US. A small-budget independent film with a budget of $6 or $7 million US has a North American box office of over $100 million. Nicole, what did I just hear about the $100 million box office? What movie? Suddenly, two of Nicole Kidman's fellow women, Cate Blanchett and Naomi Watts, came over together. It was just asked by Naomi Watts, who is actually British, but moved to Australia and was still in high school with Nicole Kidman. Oh, it's nothing, just talk about the movie that is over $100 million now. Let's go, the movie is about to start showing, Nicole said and brought two friends into the theater. The $100 million US box office in my heart is like a monster around Nicole's heart. He is the main investor of this film. How much economic benefits will the North American box office exceed $100 million? At the moment, Simon sat down with Blake Lively and Juno was screened. The first is a monologue of Juno starring Ellen Page, and then the beginning of the hand-painted drawing on the screen when he and his boyfriend stole the forbidden fruit. In the first 3 days of the first weekend, Juno opened in 40 theaters and received $1.6 million at the box office, which was extremely popular. Subsequently, Focus Pictures began to attach importance to the film, the promotion kept up, and copies were sent out. The number of theaters in the next week reached 310, and the box office for the next weekend was $3.5 million US. The popularity of Juno has not diminished. How can 310 theaters be satisfied, David? In the third week, you have to increase publicity and add more copies. Now, with 40 theaters in the first week and 310 theaters in the second week, the North American box office has reached $6.4 million US. You know how popular it is. Nicole Kidman communicated with the head of Focus Pictures in person in the office of Xinghai Pictures. Then something was said on the phone, and Nicole answered a few times and hung up. Simon, 1,019 theaters this week. Oh, they don't have enough courage. They should have at least 2,000 theaters. Don't say it's too late to make copies. I've reminded it many times. Focus Pictures this time really makes me feel dissatisfied. Simon shook. I shook my head, not wanting to say more. By the way, the publicity must keep up. At this time, they should also drop a certain amount of real money. Of course, increasing the number of theaters requires publicity. Besides, it's all our money, 19% commission, Alice. Nicole thought that if the North American box office exceeded $100 million, Focus Pictures would receive $20 million from distribution commissions US. My heart is aching. In the third week, Juno grossed $9.8 million at the weekly box office, $6.8 million over the weekend, with a cumulative box office of $15.38 million, $20 million in the fourth week at the box office for a cumulative $35 million. Subsequent screenings continued to increase to 1,900 theaters, and the fifth week grossed $22 million for a cumulative $57 million after more than a month of release. The weekly box office of Juno rushed to more than $20 million. Now everyone knows that this movie is a big hit. The director, starring, and promotional activities of the crew have not been left behind. There are not many interviews and meet and greets before Nicole Kidman, as a film investor, of course spared no effort to promote the film, but Simon Parker, as a producer, seems to be a little unrealistic. As the absolute core of the film, Juno would not be possible without Simon, and Simon Pike's name finally made a name for itself. Simon Pike went to Nicole Kidman's house to ask for money, and the theaters in Hollywood usually call the distributors as soon as possible for the first month's share of the theater line. Juno only has more than 1,000 theaters in 4 weeks because of the third, so the second month's revenue will be the main one. However, Simon is short of money now, so he has to go to Nicole Kidman. And Focus Pictures called her. What, do you want money? Looking at the pitiful Simon in front of her, Nicole looked embarrassed in her heart. Don't lie to me, the theater's share has been given to the distributor. Now that Juno is gaining momentum, Focus Pictures will definitely give the producer its share. I've calculated it, and according to the current $57 million at the box office, we have a 31% share of the production side, and the publicity expenses will be settled together, and we can get more than $17 million. Simon needs money to develop his new movie almost, but you only have 20% of the more than $17 million. I do the math. It seems to be about $3.5 million. Before you owed me $2.85 million for the novel fee. After deducting the handling fee, you have to pay me back $3 million. Nicole Kidman wrote a check for $500,000 and handed it to Simon with a smile. Take it, you deserve it. Me. Simon Pike took the check for $500,000. Nothing wrong. He was really speechless. Ha ha ha. Nicole Kidman laughed happily, looking at the guy with a helpless expression. Chapter 16. Continuing to invest. Tell me, what do you want money for? $500,000 is enough for you. Nicole Kidman was in a very good mood. You know that I bought 2 scripts. I want to continue making movies. The budget for Little Miss Sunshine is about $8 million, and The Devil's Fashion costs $35 million. Are you interested in continuing to invest? Simon went straight in. You also did the script of Little Miss Sunshine? As for The Fashion Devil, it's a bit interesting. After all, the novel was very popular at the time, but at $35 million, we can't play like this anymore. Nicole will not invest indiscriminately just because of one success. After all, the budget of Juno is very low, and The Devil of Fashion has a production budget of $35 million. It is better to find a distributor to come in, and the North American distribution rights can be sold. I'm almost ready for Little Miss Sunshine. The budget is $8 million. I have already promised others to make it, and I have recruited some of the previous people into Xinghe Films. It will definitely not be as hands-on as Juno. The producers can make more than a dozen movies a year, and they can't be exhausted by doing it themselves. Nicole's expression is a bit tangled. Little Miss Sunshine is too bland, but he has just made money for himself. Not investing is too. Nicole, you can give me $10 million first, and then it will be deducted from the income of the subsequent movies. I will spend my time developing Fashion Devil, and then we will discuss the investment. Look. This guy's expression is obviously not optimistic about the prospects of Little Miss Sunshine. Simon is also happy to pay for it himself. The Devil of Fashion is $35 million, and he really can't eat it. Okay, I'll credit the $10 million to your account as soon as possible, Nicole said, looking at Simon again, with a wave of her hand. These $500,000 are your red envelopes, and everyone else in the celebration banquet crew will give them red envelopes. I only have 500,000 red envelopes? Simon jumped up directly. If the box office of Juno in North America exceeds 100 million, you will earn at least 20 million. After adding the DVD and TV broadcasts, you can also earn overseas box office and peripherals. How much? Nicole Kidman's face turned a little red, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. Go ahead and prepare your new movie plan, and send the plan of The Devil of Fashion. Come see me. Oh, then I'm leaving. When it came to his movie, Simon felt that he had to hurry up. Juno has become a climate, and it doesn't need to pay too much attention. Focus Pictures, as a mature distribution company, knows how to do it. How is it? Have you thought about it? Come and help me or continue to be an agent? Simon asked Sonia Roman. Are you going to start the production of those 2 movies next? Sonia Roman still feels that in her dreams, the film Juno has been such a strong success. Simon nodded. The funds for Little Miss Sunshine have been received. If you want, you can serve as the executive producer and be responsible for the financial aspects. The rest has been managed by professionals. What about my AC agency and the actors below? Sonia Roman asked. Ellen Page is also famous now, and it is not difficult to join a brokerage company. I'll give you the answer in 3 days. I'll think about it first. Sonia Roman actually felt that following Simon Parker would have a much better future in the evening. Sonia Roman's friend Susan White came to her. Susan, sit down. Why do you have time to come to my place today? Sonia Roman ushered Susan White into the room and sat down. Sonia, congratulations to you. I didn't expect you to have a filmmaker like Simon Parker. Ellen Page is now a famous actress. Susan White congratulated. First, I didn't expect that before. He just wrote the script and said he wanted to make a movie. I just thought he had a dream. His movie was released in this way after only 1 year. Simon Parker, who was running around on the crew, became the filmmaker. A movie that cost $7 million, and created such a big box office. Sonia Roman is also grateful for her choice. Sonia, Simon Parker's ability has been proven, and the North American box office of Juno is over 100 million. Do you know his plans for the next movie? Susan White looked at Sonia Roman. It was through Susan White that I handed the script to Pat Kingsley, which was a lot of work. Sonia Roman nodded and replied, there are 2 movie plans, one has basically been prepared, and the filming can start after the crew is formed, and the other one, it will take time. Of course Sonia Roman knew what Susan was thinking. As an unimportant agent under CAA, she had to fight for roles for her actors. Susan, what do you think of Ellen Page? Sonia Roman asked suddenly. Well, yes, Fruit Hard Candy has a high evaluation. Although it is small, it has also given her a certain popularity. Now that the word-of-mouth box office of Juno has exploded, Ellen Page's influence has been very large. Susan White now has Anne Hathaway, who made her name through The Princess Diaries before. Anne Hathaway, who held the title of Disney Princess, was of course stronger than the entertainer in the hands of Sonia Roman. However, Juno was too successful. Word of mouth plus box office, Ellen Page basically jumped into the ranks of the quasi-first line. Not Anne Hathaway's comparable last year's Princess Diaries 2. Royal Engagement was also an unsuccessful sequel, and the third is definitely missing. Anne Hathaway now bears the title of a sweetheart princess and wants to seek a breakthrough. This year, she received an independent film, Pretty Woman, which was not released in theaters. The scale is a bit large, and she went directly to the DVD market. Susan, we are friends, I won't lie to you anymore. Simon Pike's goals are very lofty. He asked me to help manage his Zinghe films and give up the AC agency. I don't know what to do now. Sonia Roman now has an Ellen Page, and it is a pity to give up. What if Zinghe Pictures fails later, going in the direction of a producer? Oh, God, you were just a third-rate little agent before, with nothing to do except help Lauren Weisberg publish a novel? Susan felt that if she had such opportunities will definitely not be missed. Simon Pike is now in a period of rapid growth, and his next movie will definitely not lack investment. Hey, Susan, shall I transfer the AC agency to you? Sonia Roman made up her mind at this moment. Burbank, north of Hollywood, the new headquarters of Zinghe Pictures, a 3-story house, spacious and bright, much better than the previous AC brokerage company. Oh, it took more than a month to find this good place, which is really good. Simon stood in front of his office window, looking at the Hollywood sign in the distance, where a lot of classic movies will be produced in the future. In Burbank, there are studios of Disney and Warner Brothers. And it's very close to Universal City and Glendale, where all kinds of film companies and production areas gather. Sonia Roman also thought it was a good place. There are many scenic spots, and it is much more relaxed than the Hollywood side. Is it all ready for Little Miss Sunshine? The funds were already in place a month ago, and they had been prepared for several months in the early stage. Shouldn't it be a problem? The director has already set up the crew, and in a week, when the actors arrive on the set, the filming can officially start. Sonia Roman has handed over the management of the AC agency to Susan White, who has left CAA. Only Anne Hathaway was taken at the same time. Only Ellen Page and Blake Lively are the only artists left by the AC agency, and Susan White is going to have a good time. The goal of recruiting agents to develop offline is also very good, because Sonia Roman revealed that Blake Lively has been optimistic about Simon and will have a future in the future. Juno has been released for 2 months, and the North American box office has reached $120 million. Last week's weekly box office was $10.5 million. This week, it is estimated that it will fall below the weekly box office of $10 million. Simon nodded and smiled and said, of course it is inevitable. Next month, it is estimated that there will be a few tail theaters left. The theaters arrange films based on the box office, which is normal. Next, I'm going to prepare the movie The Devil of Fashion. I have already found the director and gave him the script. Lauren Weisberg also continued to revise the details of the script according to the director's request. Simon just felt that there was no time to rest, and he was about to discuss the box office share with Focus Pictures. I hope to get a part of the box office share as soon as possible. The box office share rules for the first month of the theater do not have to wait until the next drawing. Simon, Susan's side of the cast of The Devil's Fashion, Sonia Roman reminded carefully, after all, this movie is not a multi-million investment, and the actors must be selected according to the requirements. Don't worry, show me the actors' information when the time comes. I know how to do it, Simon responded. The director of Devil of Fashion chose the director of Sex and the City to make a beautiful fashion workplace drama, This guy is very good at dealing with these aspects. Next is the investment aspect. Of course, Simon can't be in a position of being ignored like last time. The issuer, its own investment share plus the production share, should be discussed carefully. Simon doesn't care how much Nicole Kidman invests anyway. It is impossible to sell the distribution rights in advance. Isn't Little Beauty and the Sun also without a publisher? Simon is not worried about finding a publisher, and will discuss the distribution with the devil of fashion. Chapter 17. Sell it out directly. In the conference room of Focus Pictures in Hollywood, Universal City, the co-presidents of Focus Pictures James Summers and David Lynn and Nicole Kidman, Simon Pike are discussing something at present. There are 100 million box office that can be divided, and the rest will have to wait for the film to be drawn. According to our regulations, Focus Pictures takes the distribution commission of $19 million plus $8 million for promotion and copying. A total of $27 million. The theater took $47 million, and the remaining $26 million was earned by two people. Congratulations. James Shamus kept smiling. Having paid $17 million before or so, paying $9 million right now will do. We specially prepared the movie's celebration dinner, which will be held at the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills. Nicole, Simon, be sure to arrive early. David Lynn said with a smile. That's for sure. The success of Juno is also inseparable from the distribution of Focus Pictures. Simon laughed. The $8 million publicity fee is now all digital copies, which are cheap. How many advertisements have you done on TV? Forget it, it's almost the same. Anyway, they must make money. After all, as the master controller, they can check the accounts. Nicole Kidman, next to him, is silently calculating his own interests. Now he has recovered $26 million at the North American box office, and his own has $20.8 million. Simon can get the remaining $5.2 million. I have only invested $5 million, and the excitement in my heart is really uncontrollable, and the eyes of Simon are getting hotter. Simon, let's talk about overseas distribution and DVD, TV broadcast. You know, our Universal Pictures is not bad in this area. David Lynn can't look down on Simon Pike now. He has nothing under the circumstances. He dared to make this film for nothing. The Australian copyright is still sold by Nicole Kidman. Otherwise, in Simon Pike's attitude, it will definitely not be sold. The real master of Juno is this 23-year-old young man in front of him. Nicole Kidman was just pushed on the stage by him, and now he is starting to surface. Simon looked at Nicole, and after getting a nod from the other party, he said, if Universal Pictures is willing, we can sell off the overseas distribution rights, North American DVD, TV broadcast and other peripheral copyrights at one time. Huh? Big money? David Lynn was surprised. Did Simon Pike leave after making a fortune? Impossible. Most independent producers now use North American distribution rights in exchange for shooting funds before production. Film companies with distribution capabilities will also pre-sell some overseas distribution rights to reduce costs. This guy is a guy who dares to make movies at his own expense after a one-time sale. He must need money now. Simon, I heard that you have 2 more movies in the pipeline. We know that Little Miss Sunshine, but we don't know what the other movie is? David Lynn asked. After all, now Simon Pike with a production experience of a North American movie with over $100 million. The following movies also need attention. Little Miss Sunshine was abandoned by Focus Pictures. What about the other one? If you are short of funds, our Focus Pictures can fully support you. The distribution will follow a new agreement, and the publicity will also give you the greatest support. James Shamus on the side also said it's an independent commercial film, not an independent literary and artistic film. If it is released, it should be operated by Universal Pictures. Simon smiled. Focus Pictures originally released independent literary and artistic films, and commercial films have commercial films play. Focus Pictures is also a part of Universal Pictures, and we can borrow Universal Pictures distribution network at any time. This is not a problem. David Lynn laughed. Little Miss Sunshine's Focus Pictures distribution charges a 15% commission, and the publicity fee is deducted from the revenue. This is the basic condition of another film, Simon said. Simon, this is not something we can decide. The investment in a commercial film is not a budget of hundreds of millions. This is up to the production department of Universal Pictures to decide. James Shamus has no confidence in Little Sunshine, but for Simon's commercial film, it is also up to Universal Pictures to decide. Of course, no rush. We are talking about the overseas distribution of Juno and peripheral markets such as DVD, Simon laughed. According to the current forecast, the North American box office of this Juno may reach about $150 million, so the North American DVD and other peripheral markets sold out $50 million. How, Simon? The DVD market is too long, too high, $35 million. How about that, Mr. Lin? It's no surprise that the revenue of Juno's pay TV and cable TV will not be less than $15 million. The DVD market is the biggest cake. Your operation will never be only $30 million. Of course, this is all long-term, but $50 million is definitely not my mouth. Simon certainly understands how big the DVD market is now, and it has been the tail end of the DVD market in the past 2 or 3 years. According to the income of DVD producers, it is generally 10% of the total box office. About ±40%, the popularity of watching movies. After all, there is no big consumption for DVD announcement, that is, the cost of DVD production. If Juno is $150 million in North America, the DVD revenue is estimated to be $50 million. Of course, they don't know that the DVD market will be killed by streaming media in the future. However, DVDs and TV broadcasts all need time to make up for it. Selling slowly, TV broadcasts are also pay-per-view time. This negotiation was not concluded because the price distance between the two was a little far away. Outbound rights have not been negotiated. Is $50 million high? After all, it takes 2 or 3 years to operate the DVD market. How much are you going to sell for overseas copyrights? Nicole Kidman found that the income of this film was worth the film she had made for several years. Of course, the overall copyright overseas is not as high as that in North America. There is no market for this kind of film in Asia. RB is the second largest market in the world. It is an important consideration. My idea is that the overseas copyright is sold for about $50 million. DVD and other peripherals together. Simon remembers that the overseas box office of this movie did not exceed $100 million, but according to the current North American market situation and the popularity of the movie, even if 5,000 is not enough, it can be reduced. If this is the case, I seem to be able to get $80 million, plus the $20 million I have already received. The income that belongs to me will be close to $100 million. Nicole Kidman felt short of breath. Patty, when did movies become so lucrative? Okay, don't think about it. How can it be? According to what I mean, if David Lin didn't bite the $35 million just now, even if it was $42 million, I agreed, and now the DVD revenue is higher than the box office revenue, he will not increase. I'm too lazy to keep in touch with the price. Let's talk to the other 5 big companies, especially Columbia Pictures. They like this kind of blockbuster movie rights very much now, Simon said. Sony Holdings MGM also said. Not for its film library. Sony's Blu-ray DVD and Toshiba's HD DVD are now inextricably linked, and whoever wins the standard will win the next high-definition DVD market for the next decade. The DVD interview in 1995 ended the era of VCDs and videotapes, and now high-definition DVDs are also ready to replace ordinary DVDs. Of course, they didn't see that the streaming media would overturn the DVD with the momentum of multi. It's all life. Simon, let's celebrate tonight. This time is the most important investment in my life. Nicole Kidman has always been enjoy recently, only $5 million, in exchange for such a large income. Of course, in the evening, I will also talk to the people from Universal Pictures about the project The Devil of Fashion. You should keep in touch with other companies. You should quickly send the plan to the production department of each company. Now I am also, if it is an achievement, the plan will not be shelved. As for My Little Miss Sunshine, that needs to be bundled and released. Simon is really too lazy to find another independent distributor. Anyway, major film companies have their own. The independent literary film channel sent them money again. You really take out The Devil of Fashion alone. There should be a film company who will support you, and the conditions are easy to negotiate. It is estimated that Little Sunshine is a bit difficult. Even if you have achieved results now, they will also analyze the profit potential of The Devil of Fashion. Nicole Kidman sighed. Forget it. Anyway, I made so much money. Let's wait for the reaction of major film companies. It's just a small budget independent film. How easy is it? I made it with my own money, with a 15% distribution commission. What's wrong with them? The focus is on the fashion devil. In what way? That's the point. Their share of the investment, and the sharing agreement with us later. If they invest, they will definitely seize the copyright, and we also share proportionally from various income. Simon is now trying to sell out directly. What is the copyright of DVD and other peripheral markets? You need a lot of money up. Isn't it great that they share the investment? We must be careful about the distribution. We have less pressure. Is that movie a big hit like this, Juno? Nicole Kidman didn't think that there are so many great movies out there. Oh, forget it. Let's think about other things when the time comes. I hope that only the theater screening will be handed over to them for distribution, and the rest can be handled in my own way. I have the final say, Simon said. It will be said that the devil of fashion is more ruthless than Juno. This time, Nicole Kidman made a mouthful of oil, and the next one has to make himself a mouthful of oil. Okay, I will support you when the time comes. It's okay to lose a little bit anyway. How can every movie make money? Nicole is now completely immersed in her own joy. What? Chapter 18. In the evening, the Peninsula Hotel in Beverly Hills held a Juno celebration dinner. Focus Pictures hosted not only the crew of Juno, but also some senior executives and star friends of Universal. After all, Juno is Universal's highest-grossing film this year. Only one 40-year-old virgin has surpassed $100 million in North America this year, and it's still just $100 million. As for Peter Jackson's King Kong Can't Wait Until Christmas, the Juno released by Focus Pictures can't be said to be too eye-catching, but unfortunately, it was not able to buy out the North American distribution rights of Juno at the beginning. Although Focus Pictures made $20 million without spending anything, it's a pity to see Nicole Kidman as an investor making a lot of money. It can only be said that Simon Parker is an outlier. He dared to make a movie at his own expense when he was poor, and persuaded Nicole Kidman. However, there was no pre-sale copyright financing, nor did Focus Pictures agree to buy out the North American distribution rights at a high price of $14 million. After the filming so far, there has been no North American copyright transaction for an independent literary film worth more than $10 million. In fact, very few producers use their own money to make movies, and many will sell North American copyrights as soon as possible after the filming to get back the funds. After all, who can guarantee that their movies will make money? After all, Hollywood produces 8,900 movies to make money every year, and half of them can't even enter the theater. Simon Pike came with Blake Lively and is now chatting with Universal Studios president Gene Mayer, one of the founders of CAA that year, and Michael Ovitz also went to the Disney Group as president, but had a conflict with Disney Group CEO Michael Eisner and was kicked out of Disney. Although CAA is still the largest entertainment brokerage company in Hollywood, it can no longer be compared with the Michael Ovitz era in the 1990s. Now, the Big Six have the most powerful voice. The MPAA Film Association, 80% of the box office every year is created by the Big Six. Simon, $85 million, we want the copyright of Juno. As for the subsequent distribution of the North American box office, I will give it to you as soon as possible after the film is drawn. How about it? Gene Mayer has already chatted with Simon Parker. Yes, it's time for a showdown. Simon thought for a while, although he called for $100 million to sell overseas distribution rights and DVD peripheral rights in the North American market. However, $85 million is almost the same. It seems that Universal is also looking forward to the overseas box office of Juno. According to my memory, the overseas box office of Juno is about $90 million, and Universal can receive about $33 million from the box office. With DVD and other peripheral markets, there are at least $50 million benefits. Universal Pictures just exchanged time for money. It is estimated that Universal Pictures believes that the overseas box office of Juno will also exceed $100 million. After all, the North American box office has exceeded $135 million, and it is not difficult to hit $150 million. Okay. I think Nicole will also be willing to accept this contract, Simon said and touched his glass. By the way, Simon, your new movie is based on that novel, and Universal is willing to invest $25 million in exchange for the North American film rights. Gene Mayer said, staring into Simon's eyes. This is not an ordinary producer. The desired outcome. In this way, Simon only needs to find the remaining investment amount by himself, and then he can also take the advance payment and film share that the producer should have. Focus Pictures will also take over the release of Little Miss Sunshine, and it's fine to charge 15% of the distribution commission. Gene Mayer continued as bargaining. Mr. Mayer, I promised Nicole about this movie. I want to ask her what she means. After all, she is not short of money now. Simon said, haha, I can't believe that 80% of the $85 million is Nicole's. With a North American box office share, she made nearly $100 million by herself, and you also made more than $20 million through this movie. Jean Mayer was really embarrassed. Nicole Kidman's RV came to the vicinity of the hotel gorgeously at this time, got off the car and was interviewed by reporters. Nicole, it is rumored that you made nearly $100 million for the investment in Juno. How do you feel now, Nicole? This is your second time investing in a film as a producer. Will you continue to develop in the film production industry? Nicole, how did Simon Pike convince you? Nicole Kidman just smiled and waved to everyone. Everyone, Mr. Simon Parker is the master controller of Juno, and the specific agreements are still under negotiation, but my relationship with Mr. Simon Parker is still under discussion. The next movie has been in preparation for a long time, and I believe there will be an official announcement soon. With a smile, confident Nicole Kidman stepped into the hotel. Nicole. Naomi Watts was also here, congratulating her for the first time. After all, she is the heroine of the global blockbuster King Kong. Naomi. The two hugged affectionately. You're only here now, and your partner Simon has been chatting with Mr. Mayer for a long time. Naomi laughed. It's okay. Simon is very smart, he will not suffer, and we have discussed it before. Nicole Kidman laughed. I didn't expect that Juno would be so successful. It sold the Australian distribution rights for $1.2 million. What a pity. Okay, Nicole, now you are the highest paid actor in Hollywood this year, and there will be many people looking for you to invest in movies in the future. Naomi Watts is of course envious. How much does it cost to act in a movie? On the other side, Simon had just finished talking with Jean Mayer, president of Universal Pictures, and then Sonia Roman came over with Susan White. Susan, thank you. If you hadn't given the script to Nicole's agent, I don't know when I would have fulfilled my wish. Simon is still kind to people, and those who have helped will still be grateful. Fortunately, I didn't really contribute much. The script is good enough. Pat is my friend, and she is just a casual. Susan also responded with a smile. By the way, Anne Hathaway is an actor under your banner. The movie we shot this time is a fashion workplace drama, and we have Meryl Streep for the two heroines and Meryl Streep for the other. When the time comes, let Anne Hathaway go to Xinghai Film Studio to audition, and the director will be there too. Simon also knew that Anne Hathaway was originally Susan White's person, and now the favor has returned. She also has to thank herself this. Thank you. I'll make sure Annie is ready when the time comes. Susan White was excited. Meryl Streep was a representative of acting. Anne Hathaway was playing against her. And now Simon Pike is famous, but many people are staring at his new movie. Well, just ask Sonia to take the script. Simon said and left Sonia. Simon knows Anne. Is this your recommendation? Susan White asked with a smile. Well, I was going to recommend Blake Lively for a supporting actress, but Simon said Blake Lively didn't look good, and I showed him your casting information, and he saw Annie Hathaway seemed to think about it for a while and asked me a few questions. I didn't know he would give the heroine Anne Hathaway. After all, the first actor he decided was Meryl Streep. Who this person? Sonia Roman responded with a wry smile. It's the fashion devil, right? With an estimated budget of 30 to 40 million, why did Simon make two films at the same time this time? Susan White couldn't figure it out. I don't know. He always tells me that there's not enough time to waste time. He's only 23 years old. God. Sonia Roman looked helpless. Simon is chatting with Blake Lively in the corner at the moment. Simon, Susan asked me to sign up for an acting course and accept professional directing. Yes, when the time comes, I will help you find a role, so that you will be known, even if it can't reach the level of Jennifer Aniston playing Rachel. It will not be too bad. Simon said, leaning on the sofa. Really? Blake Lively seems to have gold stars in his eyes. That is a character that is popular all over the United States, of course. Well, I'll go to Nicole to discuss things. Simon then walked in the direction of Nicole Kidman and Naomi Watts. Mr. Pike. Ellen Page came to say hello. Oh, Alan, your part in X-Men 3 is over? Simon was still very satisfied with this little guy. Ellen Page, it's over. The whole movie has been closed. Ellen Page can be said to be the most famous through Juno. What's the matter, Ellen? Your face is not very good. You should be very happy today. Simon found that Ellen Page's face turned pale when he mentioned X-Men 3. Well, it's okay. I'm just happy. Okay, Alan, we've worked together twice. Tell me what's going on. See if I can help you. Under Simon's questioning, Ellen Page told the truth, and the director of X-Men 3 attacked her personally on the set, calling her gay. Brett Ratner is such a bastard to treat you like this. Simon knows that Hollywood is dirty, but Ellen Page looks like a minor now, although he is 18 years old, but because he is weak, he feels just like 14 years old bullying a child. Who is more optimistic about Simon? was of course angry, and patted Ellen Page's shoulder with a knife. "Okay, don't worry about it, just don't accept this guy's movies in the future. Now you will definitely not lack roles in the future. Brett Ratner is a big director, and Ellen Page can't provoke him now." But Simon seems to remember that Ellen Page did come out of the closet in the future now that she is so young. Does she already like women? Chapter 19. Change your hair color. $85 million? Yes, said Nicole Kidman. Of course she had no problem hearing the rights sold for $85 million. Also, I rejected Universal Pictures' investment in the Devil's Fashion. They wanted to exchange $25 million for the North American copyright, which I don't think is very good. Simon continued, well, you can also get more than $22 million US. Do you want to make it yourself? Nicole hesitated, playing a bit big. No, I can contribute $15 million and save some money to spend by myself. The movie budget needs $35 million, and there is a gap of $20 million. Are you interested? Simon asked Nicole. Well, I'll offer $10 million, and let's invest the rest. With your attractiveness now, it's not difficult, and it's better to pull it into one of the top 6, and it's easy to handle the distribution. I already have all the proposals. Give it to the heads of the distribution departments of the companies on the table, and wait a few days. Although Nicole Kidman has made so much now, she has to be careful with her investments. Okay, as for the $13 million you owe you anyway, you're not short of money now. Let's talk about it after the movie is released. Yes, as for the $3 million as a bonus for you, more than $88 million, the income from a movie, I can't imagine it. Nicole Kidman seemed to be still dreaming. By the way, I set up a studio to take care of my business, called Huang Production, and the address is near your Zinghe Films. Nicole said again, well, you should have done this long ago. The gap between personal income tax and capital income tax is still a bit big. You can save a lot of money through various operations in the name of the studio. Just remember to find a powerful firm to take care of it, then a little money is relatively nothing. Simon's own Zinghe Film Company has not been set up long ago. When will The Devil of Fashion start filming? Come on, I invited Wendy Fiman from Dune Entertainment as executive producer. The director is David Frankel, who directed Sex and the City. Several main roles have been auditioned at Zinghe Films in the past few days. Wendy Fiman dealt with a scene in New York, and discussed the sponsorship of various fashion brands. After all, the cost of clothing can be saved, Simon said. Anyway, this movie is an advertising and marketing movie for a fashion brand. At night, Naomi Watts and I are going to the bar. Do you want to go? You can rest now. Nicole Kidman suggested. No, feel free to celebrate after the painting of Juno, and now I have to fully control this Devil of Fashion. It will be a bit busy for a while. Okay, Nicole said, clinking glasses with Simon. Nicole, Simon, Jeff Black, president of distribution at Sony Columbia, Sonia Roman reminded. Let's meet. Hi, Nicole, congratulations. This is Simon Pike, Jeff Black said familiarly. Hello, Mr. Black. Simon greeted with a smile. I don't know if Universal has taken over the overseas distribution of Juno. We Columbia Pictures are very interested. It's already sold out to Universal Pictures, so only the next cooperation. It doesn't matter. I came here on purpose. And there is another thing, that is, Ms. Amy Pascal, our chairman of Columbia Pictures, likes your movie, Simon, and would like to work with you if there is a chance. Jeff Black laughed. Said that's it. Okay, I recently sent a script to Sony Columbia, and I'm also willing to cooperate with any film company. Simon will not offend any of the big 6 now. The conditions are there. Everyone fair competition. Jeff Black came and went fast, and now Sony has Spider-Man, The Da Vinci Code, 007, Casino Royale in great form. Simon, Amy Pascal is a feminist, and your movie with a female protagonist and a male in a supporting role is very much to her taste. Nicole Kidman on the Hollywood Women's Rights ranking. The women at the top of the list are still very respected. I understand that Amy Pascal is now one of the co-chairmen of Sony Pictures and also the chairman of Columbia Pictures, so he has a lot of power. Simon also believes that she is also very capable. The Charlie's Angels series and Spider-Man series, The Da Vinci Code released next year, 007, Casino Royale are all led by her next year. It will be the year when Sony dominates the Hollywood box office, and the Fashion Devil is optional for them. After all, Simon's condition is not to pre-sell copyrights, but to invest, distribute, and share the movie revenue. The celebration party didn't end until very late, and Simon had drunk more, but was sent home by Blake Lively when Simon woke up the next day. Blake Lively had made breakfast and was waiting for Simon to eat it together. What else is uncomfortable? Simon came out of the shower and was helped by Blake Lively to sit down at the table. It's nothing uncomfortable. You stayed here last night. Where did you sleep? Simon's house only has one room. Blake Lively glanced at the sofa in the living room. So it was. Thank you. It seems that we will change to a bigger house in the future. Simon smiled. I have to go to class, and if you want someone to clean up the house in the future, I can come and help, Blake Lively said. Simon nodded. His house is very clean, still need to clean up. The shooting time of Little Miss Sunshine, it won't take long, more than a month is enough, and it is estimated that the film will be closed in mid-December. Now Simon is paying attention to the Fashion Devil Project Burbank, Xinghai Films. The lead roles of the Devil auditioned this day. Simon Parker, Nicole Kidman and film director David Frankel were all present. How about it? Can Anne Hathaway just now? Simon asked the other two with a smile. Yes, that kind of feeling. David Frankel is optimistic. I think it works too, Nicole Kidman said. Rarely anyway. A moment later, Meryl Streep came in, stylishly dressed in a branded outfit with a high-flying look. Very fanciful. The style of the high-ranking person is very good. Basically the three of them will not have any opinions. However, Simon always feels that something is missing. By the way, the color of the hair is white. Ms. Streep, ask your stylist for a short white haircut, Simon said, standing beside her white short hair. Meryl Streep smiled. I'll try it. After a while, the fashion editor with white hair came in. Hey, great. David Frankel clapped his hands. This look is really impactful. Nicole Kidman also opened his mouth in surprise. And the visual effect is really good. Meryl Streep looked at herself in the mirror, her exaggerated shape, stunned for a moment, and then smiled. A bitter and mean fashion editor who likes to be self-centered. It seems that this shoot is interesting. Later, during an audition for a supporting actress, Simon discovered that 22-year-old Emily Blunt had also set her up. The other roles are almost prepared by the casting director, or just communicate with the director. Of course, Simon only pays attention to the main character actors of the movie. By the way, Nicole, I will go to New York tomorrow to discuss sponsorship with Wendy Feynman, and the scene over there has been found. You should keep in touch with several major publishers, and you know the conditions. Simon explained before leaving Los Angeles. 15% distribution commission for 2 films. You can invest $10 million in production costs, and have global distribution rights. Not bad. Anyway, we have $25 million available now. We can start shooting. Let's see which publisher has the vision. Simon is not worried about not being able to find a release anyway, so he will find a second-tier publisher if it doesn't work. Actually, Harvey Weinstein is interested in our films. The Weinstein Films, newly formed by him and his brother, is to release a lot of films next year, more than 30. All of them are independent literary films or overseas films. Nicole explained. Oh, that's definitely not possible. You can't work with Lionsgate. It's not Miramax. Disney keeps that label. Weinstein Pictures, forget it. They like to do some. It's an independent film with a slanted edge. We are a fashion commercial film. I'm afraid they will mess up. Simon would not cooperate with the Weinstein brothers who ran away from Disney. If it is Miramax, it is still possible. And what kind of brothers they are in Hollywood? Clear. I know. I just said that. Nicole Kidman has made several Harvey Weinstein films, and the Oscar-winning film was produced by the previous Miramax. Nicole, Hollywood will be different in the future. This is an era of rising newcomers. You should also know the behavior of those two brothers. If you do something too much, you will get burned. Simon said and left. As for whether she listened to this advice or not, Simon couldn't control so much. Hollywood's stale feminism in the future is entirely caused by this fat man's madness. You can play with someone else and give some resources. You play with someone else but threaten, and it's too ugly to eat. Fortunately, there's still time, so that the Me Too movement will not appear in Hollywood in the future. This guy must be eliminated in the future. Simon Pike will definitely be the top figure in Hollywood, and this kind of thing is related to his own interests and should be done. It's been the first year and a half since Simon went to New York, the largest city in the United States. It seems that I still have to go out to play in the future. It's always not good to work. It's a combination of work and rest, Simon said to himself on the flight to New York. Chapter 20. Still Fox. New York, Manhattan. Simon meets Wendy Feynman in a hotel unexpectedly. I'm still involved in the production of this movie, Wendy Feynman smiled. A few years ago, his own Dune Entertainment was going to make it, but 20th Century Fox somehow stopped it. Haha, God's will. Simon smiled. By the way, The lease of the scene building has been negotiated. It's the Mike Greenhill Publishing Building in the middle of Manhattan. It fits our requirements, and the other is about sponsorship. Like Versace, Chanel, CK, etc., all agreed to provide clothing sponsorship, and there are many famous designers who are willing to create their own works. Appearing in a movie, says Wendy Feynman. In this regard, I really need to thank the film's costume designer Patricia Field. She was a costume designer in Sex and the City before, and she is also an old partner with David. She has a lot of fashion in New York people. However, according to her, this is not enough, because it is fashionable, so the cost of clothing needs to be increased. So, is there any solution? In terms of sponsorship, those brands should be able to provide more, right? Isn't it stupid that Simon spends a lot of money on clothing for this kind of movie? There is a solution. Prada is willing to provide more than 40% of the overall clothing, but we need our movies to better show their brand, and we need Prada to appear in our movie name. Wendy Feynman said Prada requirements help us provide 40% of our fashion clothes for free. Simon smiled and said calmly, then we should change The Devil Wears Prada to The Devil Wears Prada, so we should be satisfied. Wendy Feynman thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's a good name, too. Meryl Streep plays a harsh, swearing fashion queen. It's exciting to think about it. I saw Meryl Streep's makeup photo, the silver hair queen. It's amazing. Wendy Feynman didn't feel like she could make the movie better than Simon Pike. Simon nodded, agreed with Wendy Feynman, and continued, the movie will start shooting soon, so don't worry about funding. It will be filmed in a studio in Los Angeles for a while, and then the crew will start shooting. Come to New York for the main scene. In early December, The Devil Wears Prada received attention from 20th Century Fox and participated. Fox invested $12 million to distribute this film. You invested $15 million and I invested $10 million. The three-party copyright revenue share is 5-3-2. You have the most, but I have the least, Nicole Key said. Demand said this is the share of the producers. The income of the distributors is owned by Fox. The 15% distribution commission at the box office is theirs. Similarly, the distribution commission in the DVD and other peripheral markets is 12%. At that time, we will still direct the global copyright of DVD and TV broadcasts directly. Forget it, if you want us to sell it at the overseas box office. Simon doesn't have much opinion on the proportion of the producer's share. After all, Fox is very willing to pay Nicole's $10 million investment. Simon is the main controlling producer and has revenue sharing. Fox has a platform and distribution. Compared with Nicole, she is just a pure investor and a nominal producer. 20th Century Fox is too stingy. My advance payment as a producer was only $1.5 million. I gave out $15 million in cash, and I gave out another $3 million for the script, and the producer split, adding up to only 50% of the producer's share. Simon can't help it, the publisher is strong, and the conditions given by 20th Century Fox are not bad. At least they didn't let themselves pre-sell the North American copyright. Moreover, Fox Searchlight Pictures, a subsidiary of 20th Century Fox, also agreed to distribute Little Miss Sunshine, which is a film by Xinghai Pictures, with a 15% distribution commission. Okay, next year I'll be busy, so I'll leave the film production to you. I'll take over New Line Cinema's Golden Compass, and I'm going to star in 2 films next year, Nicole Kidman said. The corners of his mouth are still upturned. The Golden Compass is a magical children's giant based on the internationally best-selling novel, The Golden Plate, and it is likely to be the next Harry Potter. Okay, I'll pay attention. Simon's eyelids jumped when he heard The Golden Compass. New Line Pictures is really expanding, and independent development of such a big production. The success of The Lord of the Rings really gave New Line Cinema an idea. Now it is on the same level as Warner Brothers under Time Warner and has its own movie distribution rights. Disney's just released The Chronicles of Narnia. The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe did well and seems to have given New Line a lot of confidence. Simon said casually, there must be a reason for this. New Line Cinema has done very well in recent years. The release of Wedding Australian at the North American box office of $200 million is really accurate, Nicole Kidman said and shrugged. Really? Simon smiled and changed the subject. The press conference of the movie has been arranged, right? Well, tomorrow in the studio area of Universal City. The Devil Wears Prada rented a studio in Universal City in Los Angeles, and it was close anyway with Meryl Streep and Anne Hathaway. The Queen Wears Prada is not like Juno before. Little Miss Sunshine was unknown before filming began. Simon, in fact, We at 20th Century Fox planned to invest in this novel before, but it was not developed because of the director's reasons unexpectedly. Now that you have developed it, we, 20th Century Fox, are still involved. The producer from 20th Century Fox chatted with Simon outside the press conference. Maybe it's God's destiny. Anyway, Fox is still connected with a movie based on this novel, Simon said while watching the reporters in the conference hall asking questions about the creator of the movie. The media conference, of course, is the pre-promotion of the movie, and the focus is on the stars, and no one pays attention to the people behind the scenes like Simon back at Xinghai Pictures. My Little Miss Sunshine has been closed and is being edited in the editing room. Fox Searchlight. It seems that it is going to counterattack with the reputation of the movie again, Simon said helplessly, sitting in front of the computer. The schedule is scheduled to be released on 3.9, and the Oscar ceremony will be held on 3.6. Simon intends to fight for this time because he wants to create momentum for himself through Juno and to drive Little Sunshine. By the way, Juno has already been nominated for an Oscar, and Simon is not worried about not being nominated next year. Oscar himself, the producer and screenwriter, should really become famous on the computer. Simon clicked on a YouTube video, and his mind flashed. YouTube was only established this year, and video uploading was only realized in the middle of the year, and it has not been acquired by Google yet. Sonia Roman was quickly called to discuss the matter. What's the matter, Simon? This video sharing website seems to have been established this year. It can share some short videos for free, as well as movie promotional footage. I think it's good, Simon said while staring at the computer. Their headquarters is in San Bruno, California. You go there and say, I am interested in this company and I want to invest in their company. You want to invest in this company? Sonia Roman was a little surprised. Just because short videos can be shared for free on it, it's true. Look at it in the past. I'm just an investor and I don't participate in management. The more shares, the better. They are small in scale and don't have many profit channels, so they shouldn't cost much money, Simon said. The roughness of web design and the small flow of people make it cheaper to invest as early as possible. The internet is developing rapidly, and it will be acquired by Google for more than $1 billion by the end of next year. It must be taken early then. I'll go there and I'll contact you at any time. Sonia Roman is now Simon's employee. The boss has something to do, and his subordinates must cooperate as soon as possible. Let's go tomorrow, Simon shouted from behind when Sonia Roman went out. Sonia Roman almost hit the door, and it turned out to be the impatient Simon Pike. I don't know how many shares the founders will give themselves, and how much will they value their company. In December, as the month of Christmas, not only will some blockbusters be released, but more literary and artistic films that are ready to hit the Oscars next year will also be released this month. After all, the list of Oscar-nominated films ends at the end of this month, and the release this month can also deepen the impression of the judges on 12.14. The sci-fi blockbuster King Kong, produced by Universal Pictures, held a grand premiere at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood. Simon Parker actually received an invitation letter. No matter what, he must go. Not to mention that Universal Pictures still owes him money. King Kong heroine Naomi Watts also supported the premiere of Juno. Nicole Kidman in a local dress walked on the red carpet with Simon Parker's arm on his arm, smiling to the reporter next to him, and fans waved insistently. The temperature is a bit low now. Are you wearing cold clothes like this? Simon asked in a low voice as he walked. The temperature is more than 10 degrees Celsius. Will this evening dress be cold? Okay, by the way, what about your little girlfriend? Why are you here alone? If you hadn't met me, would you plan to walk the red carpet alone, or arrange with the actress at the venue? Nicole whispered. No, I'll walk through the staff aisle by myself, and I won't walk the red carpet at all. I'm a producer and screenwriter, who'll pay attention to me, Simon said. The North American box office of Juno was ultimately $148 million. Focus Pictures has not yet allocated to itself $48 million. 47% of the theater, 19% of Focus Pictures. There is still $16.32 million, and my own share has $3.26 million. Nicole Kidman really made $100 million for this movie. Chapter 21 Oil Depot. Hey, Nicole, Simon. Naomi Watts, the heroine of the movie, saw the two coming together and came over to say hello. The three hugged. Simon looked at the heroine and praised, Naomi, you are so beautiful in the movie. Congratulations. Really? What about me now? Naomi was teased. Of course she's beautiful. Simon could tell she was very excited. After all, The previous films were either literary or horror films, and big-budget commercial films like King Kong helped her too much. There is also Kate Beckinsale, the heroine similar to Pearl Harbor. Although the movies are all failures, they have made the heroine famous. Nicole, Juno's North American box office is $148 million, and the newspaper analyzes that you can make $100 million from this movie. Naomi, what's new it? But when the newspapers actually reported the data afterwards, it is inevitable to feel jealous. Oh, but I paid more than half of my taxes. It's because I didn't prepare well at the time. If I participated in the name of the studio early in the morning like Simon, I would have saved a lot of money, Nicole Kidman said. Happy troubles. Okay, I was poor at the time with only tens of thousands of dollars, and I signed up for Zinghe Films. I was already prepared, Simon said in his previous life, although he graduated from the drama school and took business as an elective. Coupled with the fact that I have learned various business knowledge in the United States in the past year or so, of course I know this. Besides, it's okay if you don't know. Finding a team can also take care of your various taxes in good order. Okay, the director is over there. Do you want to go over and say hello? Naomi Watts reminded. Well, let's go. Nicole Kidman said. Peter Jackson went straight to the top director through the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and it pays to have a good relationship. Simon followed behind. He didn't have much interest, and this series was enough for him to eat for a lifetime. After all, there will be the Hobbit series to be filmed in the future. Peter Jackson was a little short and a little fat, looking like an artist, a little scraggly. Director Jackson, hello, I know, Simon Parker, a young Hollywood producer, he's really young, and he's more handsome than he looks in the picture, laughed director Peter Jackson, who can make $148 million in North America. Anyway, all cannot be underestimated. It's just a small fight. Of course, it can't compare to director Jackson's masterpiece. The tidbits of this King Kong have always made me want to watch it as soon as possible. Now I finally have a chance. I believe that the box office will be a big sell. Simon said with a smile. Juno is powerful because of its high box office, and the most direct manifestation of the film's influence is the box office. The box office is not high, indicating that few people watch it. What is the meaning of Chugao and widowhood? And Simon himself is not in the circle of independent literary films. King Kong is a high-concept commercial film with big production and big marketing standards. Big studios generally like to play 2 or 3 films every year, and their resources are mainly tilted here. In the future, I'll have to play like this too, and I'll always do some slapstick literary films. No way. After a few words, the big director still has doubts about a new producer like Simon. If a movie is made successfully, good luck. Of course, Simon knows that many filmmakers in the outside world still have doubts about themselves. Mainly because they are too young, and only one movie has been successful so far. Simon Pike and Nicole Kidman sit in a movie theater watching the $200 million production of King Kong. The foreshadowing ahead is really long, Simon said in a low voice. Oh, you just want to see that gorilla King Kong? Nicole Kidman responded to Simon's words with a smile. Simon Pike at this time is the performance of young people. Look at King Kong and the beautiful heroine. Don't the audience want to watch this? It took so long to set up the groundwork. This not only increases the length of the film, but also the setting of the New York scene decades ago is not small. Willful Point director is to play King Kong is a failure for the film company. The cost of $200 million plus the announcement is almost $300 million. In exchange for the global box office of just $500 million, the North American market seems to be less than $160 million. Although the follow-up DVD market and other peripherals can make a return, and maybe there will be a little profit, but the initial investment of $300 million in real money, the bank will also have interest. After more than 3 hours, the 187-minute movie is finally over. I'm going back, Simon said to Nicole Kidman next to him while watching the creators come on stage. Won't you go to the banquet later? I've already agreed with Naomi. I'll take you to have fun at night. Nicole Kidman doesn't understand this guy. Young people don't all like nightlife, is it right? It's Christmas time. I don't have any relatives anyway. If you are in the United States, come to me. Recently, My Little Miss Sunshine is being edited, and The Queen Wears Prada will also be ready to go to New York. It's filming over there, and I'll have to go and see it. Recently, Simon said, being very busy. It's 2006 now, next year will be the subprime mortgage crisis, we have to save money to vote, and Marvel went bankrupt and restructured again this year, and we have to find a way to get Marvel next year. If Iron Man is released, it will be cool cold with a dream of making money, Simon Pike left the theater and went home, and then went to sleep. Of course, Nicole Kidman attended the dinner afterwards, and Naomi Watts took the opportunity to ask, "Where's Simon? Go home and sleepwalk." Nicole Kidman smiled wryly. "He doesn't look like a young American at all, and he doesn't look like a Hollywood entertainment person at all," Naomi Watts said, a little unimaginable. "Hey, I don't know, he always seems to be in a hurry. He must finish his work, and do whatever comes to his mind. He's reluctant to waste time at all. He is only 23 years old, and he is now a multimillionaire. I always feel that I feel like I don't have enough time." Nicole explained he doesn't have a girlfriend. There was in college, but after he graduated, he cut off contact with those friends. Hearing that he was with those guys was a waste of his life. Of course, Nicole Kidman knew Simon Parker's information. "Interesting young man," Naomi said with a smile. A few days before Christmas, the editing of Little Miss Sunshine was completed, and the Queen Wears Prada crew had already gone to New York to shoot most of the scenes. "Sonia, what's the matter? Are they willing to sell it?" Simon received a call from Sonia Roman, and it took many days to make progress. "They value you two at $20 million, and they can sell 20% of the shares." "I ask you what you mean." "Well, 20 million? A company that has been established for less than a year must not be profitable now, so it is worth 20 million? Although Simon can accept the price, he needs to do enough. I also think it's expensive. 20% is $4 million. Sonia Roman persuaded on the phone. "You talk to them. According to their valuation, I want 25% of the shares, and I can give them $5 million in cash immediately." Although Simon accepted a valuation of $20 million, it should be fine to ask for more shares. Generally, this is although this kind of company gives up a maximum of 20% of the shares to an investor. However, I only added 5%, and a few young people who are used to being poor should not be able to bear the temptation of $5 million waiting for a few months for the development of U2 next year. The traffic of people will continue to rise, and the price will be more expensive. As for Google, in the end spending more than $1 billion to acquire other people, it must be a premium. A lot of attention to its prospects can help Google bring huge traffic. Technology companies, now is definitely the best time. Maybe a small company that has been established soon has been acquired at a high price. Simon, have you thought about it? Think about it, hurry up and sign the contract after the negotiation. I'm not involved in the management anyway, and the partners are the ones who call the shots. Simon ended the call after he finished speaking. "The $7 million I left behind will cost another $5 million all of a sudden. It hurts." At the same time, Simon is also paying attention to the release of Focus Pictures' Brokeback Mountain, which has indeed caused a lot of controversy. Many conservatives are boycotting the release of the gay film, which was initially small in scale. Finally, the day before Christmas Eve, Simon got a 25% stake in U2 and paid $5 million in real money. Holding the contract agreement, Simon feels that this is the important capital to start his own business next year, and it is too difficult to do things without money now. Waiting for Google to buy it. Wouldn't it be nice to take the money and leave? In the evening, Simon invited the company's employees to have a meal, and Christmas is a holiday. The statutory holidays are 1.5 days, 12:24 p.m. and 12.25 a day. But many companies have 2 days off. Simon hasn't changed much either, and taking 2 days off is nothing. Everyone has family. Simon returned to the office of Xinghai Pictures by himself and looked at the thick festivity waiting for the festival outside. At this time, a sense of loneliness suddenly sprinted through the whole brain. This feeling has been suppressed by the heavy work for more than a year now. It suddenly emerged that Simon only blamed the festive atmosphere of this Christmas. What a goddamn Christmas, goddamn Jesus. Afterwards, Simon called Blake Lively and asked her to go see that Brokeback Mountain. "Watching a movie? When you have time, where are you now?" The voice on the other end of the phone was a little excited. "In the company. I'll come and pick you up right away, and watch that Brokeback Mountain. I heard it's pretty good." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Simon Parker changed into a suit and put on a Nizzy coat over it. In Los Angeles now, the temperature is still a little low, and the Nizzy coat is just right. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22: Christmas Holidays. Brokeback Mountain is actually not a movie that Simon Parker likes to watch, but because it is a movie directed by a Chinese American, Simon went to see if the film is beautifully shot. The story is also very good, commented Blake Lively, who came out of the theater. Anne Hathaway is almost a transparent person in it. She is still not suitable for this kind of drama. It is too jerky. Simon also looked at Anne Hathaway. After all, he is also the protagonist of his own movie. Will that The Devil Wears Prada movie fail? Blake Lively asked. It's different. There wasn't much acting in that movie, and Meryl Streep was enough to support it, Simon said, tightening his coat. Let's go shopping over there. I haven't been so leisurely in a long time, Simon said with a smile, looking at the lively streets over their Beverly Hills. Like the Upper East Side of New York, has expensive housing, especially the Beverly Mid-Levels mansion on the south side of Sunset Boulevard, which are all villas for big stars and wealthy people. Beverly Hills, West Hollywood, North Hollywood, Burbank, Santa Monica and many more are all cities within a city of Los Angeles. Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills is the most prosperous street here. The cold wind at night blows in along the collar, and it seems a little cold. Simon feels that he wears a little less clothes today, and there is only a shirt inside. Is it a bit cold, and you drank again during dinner at night? Blake Lively took Simon's arm and looked around and pulled him into a clothing store. When he came out, Simon had a red scarf around his neck, which was indeed a lot warmer. By the way, what about your family? Aren't you going back for Christmas? Simon asked. My family is in the Tarzana neighborhood near Los Angeles, and I'm the youngest of 5 siblings, and my parents and they are all in show business, just playing small roles on TV. Blake Lively said. Turning to look at Simon, the day after tomorrow, I will also go home to spend Christmas with my family. Blake Lively knew some things about Simon, but he didn't. Orphan, graduated from the University of California, but after graduation all his former friends were cut off. So weird, like starting a new life. This place is indeed a place that countless people yearn for. Simon looked at the countless high-end specialty stores and restaurants on both sides of the avenue, and some Hollywood stars would pass by these places from time to time. That's right, my parents thought so too. Of course Blake Lively can't be exempted. How could he enter the entertainment industry without vanity? Go back. Simon smiled, and he probably won't be exempt from this in the future, but now he has more important things to do. A mid-level villa in Beverly Hills, a top sports car, or a yacht. You can actually own it, but it's not the time. In addition to buying 2 of his favorite Ferrari sports cars, Simon also lives in the Century City apartment building he rented before. After driving Blake Lively to where she lived, Blake Lively invited. After getting out of the car, Simon, go to my house and have something to drink. Well, yes, Blake Lively's house is neat and tidy, and he seems to be a hard worker like himself. You sit down for a while, and I'll make coffee for you. Simon nodded and sat on the sofa to rest for a while. There was a script on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Simon flipped through it in boredom. Admission notice. A small-cost romantic comedy. It is also a youth campus romantic comedy starring newcomers, and the same group drama-based movie. It seems that Blake Lively really has no resources, and Susan White now values Ellen Page and Anne Hathaway. Simon, here. Blake Lively, wearing a home sweater, handed Simon a cup of coffee, and smiled. This is a Universal Pictures movie, and I've started another independent movie this year, 2 romantic comedy. How's the acting class? Simon asked over coffee. Fortunately, after all, it is directed by a professional tutor, and I can still learn something. Blake Lively sat down next to Simon, putting down the coffee. Simon leaned on the sofa and said calmly, learning to act is always good for you. Now Blake Lively is a beautiful vase, or the kind that is not very important. Simon. Blake Lively leaned over and kissed actively on the sofa. The two embraced and kissed each other. They were both adults, and they entered the room. As a matter of course, Blake Lively hasn't had a boyfriend yet, and Simon Pike hasn't had a girlfriend in a year and a half. It was a long night, several battles, and I didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night. The two woke up at noon the next day. Simon hugged Blake Lively, who was a little tired. Was it crazy last night? How do you feel? Simon asked with a kiss on the girl's face. Well, it's okay. Blake Lively remembered what he had eaten last night, and it was time to brush his teeth. Get up, it's time to eat, it's noon, Simon said and lifted the quilt. Blake Lively's figure is indeed very good, an 18-year-old young and beautiful girl. Think of the S-girl in Gossip Girl in the future. Simon at Blake Lively's house didn't come home until Christmas morning because Blake Lively was going home for Christmas with his family, spending a day and 2 nights at home with Blake Lively. At the same time, Paramount Pictures, a subsidiary of Viacom Group, announced that it would acquire DreamWorks for $1.6 billion. Of that, $775 million was paid in cash, and the remaining $825 million went to Paramount to take on DreamWorks' $825 million debt. From the beginning of March, DreamWorks and Universal Pictures talked about the acquisition, and the 9-month DreamWorks acquisition has finally ended. DreamWorks heavyweight founder and famous director Steve Spielberg and Universal have always had a very good relationship, but under the money offensive of Paramount's behind-the-scenes boss Summer Redstone, the negotiations were completed in one night. Now Hollywood, MGM, and DreamWorks were the last independent film companies, but now they are gone. Lionsgate seems to be on the rise, but until the Hunger Games franchise came out, Lionsgate was small. However, Lionsgate has acquired several independent distributors before, and has many non-mainstream movie rights in the film library. For example, the copyrights of several characters of Marvel are also in the hands of Lionsgate, such as The Punisher released last year, and Humanoid released this year. Lionsgate acquired the copyrights of Artisan Pictures, of course both failed Marvel's characters, with the exception of the Spider-Man and X-Men franchises, have almost all failed in the movies. However, the two successful series characters are not on their own hands, and Marvel's current loneliness is well known. The Disney Group has also undergone major changes this year. Michael Eisner, chairman and CEO of the group, resigned, and former chief operating officer Robert Iger took over as CEO of the group. The Disney Group's acquisition of Pixar is expected to be officially announced soon. Simon sat in front of the computer, Robert Iger, a visionary and capable guy. After Pixar, Marvel, and then Lucasfilm, the nominations for the American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards, which will be held on 1/17 next year, are also out, and Juno won 3 nominations: the 63rd Golden Globe Awards for Best Film in the Musical Comedy category, the 63rd Golden Globe Awards for Best Actress in a Movie, Musical or Comedy, Ellen Page, the 63rd Golden Globe Awards for Best Screenplay, Simon Parker. The Oscar nominees will be announced at the end of January, and 3.6 will be held at the Kodak Theater on Hollywood Boulevard in 2005. Simon Parker's greatest achievement was to accumulate his most primitive funds through Juno. The North American box office of $148 million is enough to rank in the top 20 of the 2005 North American Film Annual Box Office list. Early in the morning, in Century City, Hollywood, Simon got up from Blake Lively, put on his clothes, and said, "I'm going to see The Crew in New York today, and it's estimated that I won't be back in at least a week. Okay, I heard that the cast of The Devil Wears Prada is full of costume jewelry from big fashion brands," Blake Lively said with envy as he sat on the bed. "It seems yes, many brands have sponsored the movie. And it is estimated that the young people who work on the set are happy and are always surrounded by these high-end clothes." Simon Parker said that he was already dressed. By the way, Simon, the script for Juno won the Writers Guild of America's Best Screenplay Award. You won't accept the award? There's no time. It's just the Best Screenwriters Guild Award. Just find someone to participate. Are there still few such messy awards in the United States? Almost every big city has its own film festival and awards, Simon said and shook his head. A bunch of pheasant prizes except for the Golden Globes and Oscars. Forget about the rest. Simon still needs to prove himself in the heavyweight awards. There is still a big gap between the companies that have won the Best Picture Oscar and the companies that have not won the Best Picture Oscar. Look at Lionsgate's efforts to publicize the crash. After all, the Oscars now have a lot more influence than in the future. The biggest reason why the previous Miramax was called the king of independent films was that it always had a strong performance at the Oscars. The English Patient, Shakespeare in Love and Chicago won 3 Best Picture Oscars, making Miramax and its masterminds, the Weinstein brothers, Hollywood titans. The road of Xinhai Pictures has to be taken slowly. It is best to be nominated first, and then to show up at the Oscars. Chapter 23. New York, after the 9/11 incident, for better development, the newly appointed Mayor Michael Bloomberg introduced a series of tax cuts to stimulate the economy. At the end of last year, the billionaire founder of Bloomberg was re-elected as the mayor of New York. After all, the economy of New York recovered quickly under his leadership. The movie tax rebate is also an important policy. As the entertainment capital of the East Coast, New York itself has a lot of movie personnel. The New York Film Festival and Tribeca Film Festival are good places for independent film screenings. The Devil Wears Prada crew, on the ground floor of the Mike Greenhill Publishing Building in Manhattan. Emily Blunt's first female assistant is commenting on the new second female assistant Anne Hathaway with a colleague who has a cameo with Victoria's Secret supermodel Gisele Bündchen. It has been 3 days since Simon came to the crew, and everything was filmed normally. and indeed the room was full of fashionable clothes. David Frankel really turned this into a fashion ad film. Does the crew have any other questions? Simon asked the production assistant standing beside him. That's not true. I was a little worried about sponsorship before, but Prada has already helped us solve this, the production assistant laughed. If they can't solve it, I don't mind changing the name to the Queen wearing Versace or Queen Chanel, the Devil's Head, etc. Simon Parker said with a relaxed expression. The production assistant was a little speechless, and looked at Simon Pike, whose style was strong enough. By the way, the actress seems to be named Emily Blunt. She played it well, and it doesn't feel like a newcomer. Simon remembered as if she was the one who chose her during the audition, and she was pretty anyway. She is British and has participated in many TV dramas before. Last year, she played a supporting role in a drama film, and she performed well. She was born in a British drama actor, said Simon, the production assistant. So that's the case. Many actors from the United Kingdom who came from the theatre are still good in their acting skills. Then, the director called to stop, and it was time for lunch. The film will be closed next month, and then the post-editing will start. The schedule arranged by 20th Century Fox is also good. It will be released on 6.30. They don't have any blockbusters in the summer, and only X-Men 3, The Last Stand will be released on 5.26. The time is very short. Enough, Simon said as he looked at the director's shooting plan. Whether other films were a threat to The Devil Wears Prada, 6.30, no problem, the promotion time can keep up, David Frankel said. Satisfied with the schedule, it seems that Fox is quite optimistic about the prospects of this movie. Simon actually did not expect that 20th Century Fox would be willing to give this good schedule. 20th Century Fox's epic Kingdom of the Kingdom release last year was a mess at the box office. Although it also released Lucasfilm's Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, it was Lucasfilm. 20th Century Fox only takes hard-earned money from an 8% commission for the films it produces. Simon also stayed in the same hotel as the crew in New York, and was responsible for the follow-up work of the filming, but he was not very busy in the cafe below the hotel. Simon is chatting with Wendy Feynman, one of the filmmakers. A young man led a few people to the door of the hotel. Surrounded by a group of reporters. Simon, look, the young man who is being interviewed by reporters has a lot of background. Wendy Feynman pointed to the hotel door with a smile. Oh, and someone from the entertainment industry? Of course Simon Pike didn't know him. Wendy Feynman smiled and said, his name is David Ellison. He invested in an air combat movie, Air Combat Hero, last year. He entered Hollywood last year. Do you think he is a person in the entertainment industry, crossing the border to play? Simon smiled, such a rich kid. Wait, Ellison, this surname? Simon reacted and smiled. This David Ellison can't be Larry Ellison's son, right? Haha, it's him. Simon, we independent producers should pay attention to this kind of funder with investment ability. Oracle's market value is tens of billions of dollars. Larry Ellison's son will not be short of money, Wendy Feynman responded with a smile. Also, the most difficult thing for independent films is to get investment. This kind of funder is indeed a good friend of the independent film industry. Simon Parker is also an independent producer now. However, Simon does not think more about art, but business. What happened to that movie Air Combat Heroes? Simon continued to ask. David Ellison entered Hollywood after graduating from college in 2004. He likes airplanes very much, and he likes air combat movies the most. Air Combat Heroes is about the story of American pilots fighting in the French Air Force in World War II, which fits him well. 20th Century Fox will do the distribution, Wendy Feynman explained. In addition, I heard that if you want him to invest in a movie, it is best to add an airplane to the story of the movie. The office of Cheyenne Wu Pictures he set up seems to be located at an airport. Haha, interesting. Simon Parker remembered, this guy seems to have a younger sister, Megan Ellison, who will also enter Hollywood as a filmmaker in the future, specializing in independent literary films. The Air Combat Heroes cost $60 million to produce and will be released in September. It is estimated that David Ellison will fly to the premiere by then. Wendy Feynman smiled. This kind of lord, the more the better. I'm afraid that he's just here to play, and it's not good to be scared away this time. Simon said. Who knows, he's only 23 years old anyway, and he's a year younger than you, Simon, so he can slowly hone his skills in Hollywood. Wendy Feynman is still very concerned about the situation of coming to Hollywood and then leaving. Clearly, hey, this is not bad. He became a producer of a $60 million movie at a young age, Simon said, and looked at the door of the hotel. The Ellison family members were uglier than the other. However, when he thinks that his father is the chairman of the Oracle Group, he is so handsome. After spending more than a week in New York, Simon returned to Los Angeles because the 63rd Golden Globe Awards in 2005 were about to be held. Zinghe Pictures. Simon sat on the chair behind his desk and asked, "Focus Pictures has remitted the follow-up balance, arrived, $3.264 million, it's still distribution to make money." Focus Pictures has earned more than $28 million from commissions for this film, and they don't have to take risks, Simon said, curling his lips. "By the way, I took a look at some of the scripts handed over by the company, and this is not bad," Simon said, taking out a movie project and putting it on the table based on a novel by Mark McCarthy, No Country for Old Men. The author seems to have won the Pulitzer Prize before. The story is profound and deep, suspenseful, humorous and thrilling. If the Coen brothers directed it, it's okay. This recommended production. Scott Rudin still has some vision, Sonia Roman laughed. Scott has participated in 8 films this year, and some of them are not easy to attract investment. I did some research. The budget cost of $25 million is enough. The Coen brothers have a lot of control over this kind of film. Let the brothers adapt the script well and try to start shooting in the second half of the year. Let the two brothers also become filmmakers. More power. Simon is relatively familiar with this film, but what about the film that won the Oscar for Best Picture? Western modern story background, suspenseful black humor style, especially the killer's stern expression and ugly hairstyle are so impressive. Simon, we're not raising money anymore? Sonia Roman reminded, meaning how could the company have $25 million? In addition to the more than $3 million funds received, the company now has a working capital of $5.2 million. Adapt the script and choose the actors. It will be at least July and August when filming starts. Not to mention that The Queen Wears Prada has already been released, and Our Little Miss Sunshine will be released in early March. Isn't it rich? Simon, of course, she knows what she is worried about. Invest by herself, and then find a publisher. There are few constraints, and the progress will be faster. Can't find a release for the movie? As long as the filming is excellent, I will worry about this. Besides, Simon is not directly selling off the distribution rights. The North American market is all divided into accounts, and he is not the kind of independent filmmaker who needs to repay bank loans urgently and has no confidence in his films. Big producers like to distribute accounts for uncertain movie projects. The distributors are very happy to be able to make money without investing any money. Juno did make Focus Pictures less happy, that's why they were jealous. But this kind of movie, hundreds of movies a year in the United States, only 1 or 2 such high profits, is it so easy to come across? In fact, anyone can do the distribution, but it needs to support a strong distribution team. The upfront cost of film announcement and distribution must be paid in advance, and there must be enough films to distribute, otherwise those staff will just take the money. In the North American market, it can be said that the 6 major publishers are top-tier publishers, and there are some second-tier publishers, third-tier publishers, and so on. There are only 6 overseas distributions, with strong brands, strong brand effects, strong funds, and a large number of movies to support the distribution team. It also acts as a film intermediary in different markets, and it is impossible to do it without background. Lionsgate did not have a certain influence in overseas distribution until later through the popularity of the Hunger Games series. As for now, that is, North America and the United Kingdom have a distribution team, and the rest of the region is either sold to local publishers or handed over to 6 big releases. This okay? Sonia Roman thinks that Simon Parker is too confident, and Little Miss Sunshine can also be popular. Of course, just do as I say, don't worry. This guy still has no confidence in me. Chapter 24 Golden Globe Awards. On January 17, 2006, the 63rd American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards were held at the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. The Golden Globe Awards have been held here many years ago. The current location of the Oscars is called the Kodak Theater. It was a theater built in 2001. Kodak has been named after 20 years. In the future, after Kodak goes bankrupt, the naming rights will be used by Dolby. Got it? The theater was renamed the Dolby Theater before 2001. The venue of the Oscars changed frequently. The Los Angeles Music Center, Los Angeles Holy Citizen Auditorium, Los Angeles Dorothy Chandler Hall, etc. were all held in the past. After all, it's all about the Oscar committee. The judges of the Oscars are 5,000 or 6,000 Oscar judges on the committee. The judges of the Golden Globes are the Hollywood Foreign Press Association in terms of influence. The Golden Globe Awards are of course far less influential than the Oscars, but it is also a grand event in the American film and television industry, and it is also the second largest film event after the Oscars. There are 2 Golden Globe Awards in the Best Picture and Best Actor and Actor Awards, which are divided into drama and musical comedy. In terms of screenplay, the Golden Globe Award has only one Best Screenplay award, while the Oscar has Best Original Screenplay and Best Adapted Screenplay. The rest of the movie awards are similar, except that the Golden Globes have no technical awards, and there are many fewer categories. After all, the Golden Globes also award dramas, not just movies. At 4 p.m., the venue for the Golden Globe Awards was already crowded, and many stars had already arrived one after another. After all, the red carpet show was the most important opening. Simon came to the Hilton Hotel alone, because the Juno crew came over after 3 o'clock, and now it is past 5 o'clock. There are too many stars, fans and media workers. The long red carpet is also full of entertainers, movies, TV and singers lining up to be interviewed. Men are almost all suits, and women are also high-heeled evening dresses. Whether it is a star, a reporter or a host, Simon sighed and just wanted to find a place to enter the venue. After all, there were lounges, bars and media studios. Hi, Simon, here. Nicole Kidman, who was being interviewed by reporters, waved to Simon, who is not far away. God, Simon Parker, you are really young, and you look more like a Hollywood star. The reporter hurriedly started raising the microphone and said, "Good afternoon. Fortunately, it's a good weather today, and it didn't rain." Simon laughed. "Well, if it's raining, you can also use an umbrella." The reporter smiled. "It's not uncommon for the Golden Globe Awards to rain, by the way, Simon." "Nicole, your movie Juno has been nominated for several Golden Globe Awards. Are you confident of winning it?" "We think so too, but it all depends on what the judges say." Last year's Most Beautiful star Nicole Kidman looked modest at the moment. "Yes, of course I'm happy to win the award, and if I can't, I'll be honored." Simon responded indifferently. Then I asked some more about the filming process and anecdotes. Of course, the main object of the interview was Nicole Kidman. Of course, the stars have more topics than the people behind the scenes. "Too many people at the Golden Globes?" Simon muttered as they walked to the hotel venue with Nicole Kidman. "Okay, the film festival, according to the nominations, are Juno and The Focus's Brokeback Mountain are the most watched. Do you think they will win the award?" Nicole Kidman is producer, of course, also concerned. "I don't know. What did the Foreign Press Association think?" "Who knows?" Simon felt very calm. "Well, the Golden Globes can also give him some prestige, but the Oscars in March are the focus. By the way, where are our crew members?" Simon found that there were a lot of people and didn't see it. "I guess where to be interviewed. When the time comes, the main venue will sit together." Nicole said. "Then let's go in. The ceremony starts at 7 o'clock, and it's almost time," Simon said and walked into the venue. The Golden Globe Awards are held in the form of an awards banquet. There are hundreds of tables in the hall for the guests to sit together. The location of the crew of Juno is good. After all, it was nominated for a heavyweight award. The position of table 10 is in the front and middle. "Just the two of you?" When Simon and Nicole came together, it was just Ellen Page and the director and the crew a little behind. Ellen Page responded. "I thought the same crew would all sit together," Simon said, "and it seemed to depend on fame and nominations." "Sit down. When did you all come to the hotel?" "It came at 3 p.m., and we ate here, by the way, and there were dishes on the table back then, and now it's just drinks and some snacks," Director Jason Reitman said with a smile. "Smart. Fortunately, I also ate at home, otherwise there will be more than 3 hours of awards ceremony." Simon smiled. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the 63rd American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards ceremony officially started. The host teased the atmosphere for a while. The film area in front and the TV area in the back are always the objects of ridicule. "Finally, I want to ask Nicole Kidman a question. Can you tell me how much $100 million is?" "God, your income is definitely more than Hollywood." Afterwards, laughter and applause also sounded at the same time. Of course, the camera was also aimed at Nicole Kidman, who was beautiful. Of course, Simon, who was sitting beside her, couldn't let it go. "I'm going to present the Best Supporting Actor award later," Nicole whispered. "You have a lot of topics, and the Golden Globes also need ratings." Simon whispered. "I don't know if we can win 2 awards." Nicole Kidman has achieved success as a producer for the second time, and of course hopes to win some awards. Jason Reitman, Ellen Page's Best Director and Best Actress in a Musical Comedy is not easy, The qualifications are too shallow. The best musical comedy movie can look forward to. Brokeback Mountain was nominated for Best Drama Movie, isn't it? Simon said with a smile. These three are grand prizes, and it feels good to win one. Nicole Kidman nodded, then got up and went backstage. The jury of the Golden Globe Awards is composed of 90 members of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association, an anonymous organization, and many of them are not journalists. The boring awards finally came to the nominated awards. Two British actors, Keira Knightley and Rachel Weisz, presented the Best Screenplay as guests. This is also a relatively important award. The nominated films are all excellent films from the previous year. Keira Knightley began to introduce Woody Allen, Matchpoint's Simon Pike, Juno Paul Haggis and Bobby Morisco in Crash, Tony Kushner and Eric Ross Munich, Diana Asana and Larry McMurtry in Brokeback Mountain. The camera stopped for a while on the faces of the various winners, and Simon Pike smiled politely. Simon Pike, Juno, with applause. Nicole Kidman hugged Simon. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Everyone on the table smiled and congratulated. Thank you, thank you. Simon stood up and hugged directors Jason Reitman and Ellen Page, whispering, "Don't worry about shaving your head today." Interspersed between the tables, some people congratulated from time to time, and Simon responded politely. When I came to the podium, I took the trophy from the two British actresses, and greeted the two of them cordially. Thank you, congratulations. I also like Juno very much, Keira Knightley, who is not too old now, said with a smile in Simon's ear when hugging. Simon stood on the podium with the trophy and started his speech. Fortunately, at least I won't worry about shaving my head today. Thank you to all the members of the Foreign Correspondents Association and the crew. Thank you. Then, in the applause of everyone, he walked off the stage like this. Next, for the Best Foreign Language Film, there are two Chinese films in the 5 finalists, Kung Fu by Stephen Chow and The Promise by Chen Cage. But didn't win. Ellen Page did not win the Best Actor and Actress award in a musical comedy. Alan, you are still young, and you will have a chance in the future, Simon comforted, and looked at Jason Reitman again. It is estimated that the Best Director has no other roles, and the Best Screenwriter won the award. The screenwriter of Bishan, the Best Director must be Ang Lee. After the award for Best Actor and Actor in a Dramatic Movie is presented, it is the Best Director. Sure enough, Brokeback Mountain's Ang Lee won the Best Director in the end. It is the best movie. Broken Arm Mountain will go to the next city and win the Best Drama Movie. There is only one final award left, the Best Musical Comedy Film Award, which is awarded to Oscar winner Charlize Theron. Mrs. Henderson's Gift, Pride and Prejudice, Juno, Squid and Whale, Forever. Simon frowned. Nicole, you're holding my hand too hard. Nails. Oh, I'm a little nervous. We got a Best Screenwriter after all, Nicole whispered. He's only 24 years old this year, and he was still in college the year before. Last year, he made a movie with a global box office of nearly $250 million with a budget of only $7 million, Charlize Theron said loudly. Juno amid applause and congratulations from the surrounding crowd. Simon Pike, Nicole Kidman and Jason Reitman, Ellen Page all took the stage. The crew of Juno, see, you all have a share. Simon raised the trophy to the crew members who didn't come up on the podium. Roar. Simon's more and more enthusiastic applause responded. Later, Simon was given the position of Nicole. At this time, she estimated that she hoped to perform Simon and the director and starring two watched on the side. Chapter 25 Oscar and AMP Prospects. At the 2006 Golden Globe Awards, the biggest winner was Brokeback Mountain, which won 3 awards for Best Film Drama, Best Director, and Best Supporting Actress. Next is Juno, which won 2 awards for Best Picture Musical Comedy and Best Screenplay. From a few years ago to the present, the parties in Hollywood are one after another, building relationships, engaging in public relations, and so on. After the Golden Globe Awards, at the dinner held by Universal Pictures, Simon also attended. After all, now Juno is their copyright, and they are also releasing DVDs this year. Awards will always increase revenue. Burbank, across the street from Xinghai Pictures, is where Nicole Kidman's Huaing production company is located. You've been to those parties recently, why didn't you come with me? Nicole sat on the sofa in the office and asked Simon Pike, who was sitting opposite. I don't go there often. I went to 2 or 3 receptions held by Universal Pictures and 20th Century Fox, and discussed a film with some of their production and distribution people, Simon said over coffee. Awards are not enthusiastic at all. Business is king. Awards are very attractive to independent films. They can increase their fame and box office, and their influence will be great. By the way, Simon, you've got my attention on the Oscars. That Lionsgate crash has been very active lately, Pat Kingsley said. Well, the Oscar nominations will be announced in a few days, and it's time for film companies or star public relations judges recently, Simon said slowly, leaning on the sofa. Best Picture, no surprise, Brokeback Mountain, Juno, Crash will be shortlisted. Best Director, Best Actress we will also be shortlisted. It is very possible, but it will be difficult to win the award. Juno is good enough, and the box office is also high, and the influence is not small, but the directors Jason Reitman and Ellen Page are too young, the qualifications are too poor. The Oscars value qualifications more than the Golden Globes. Pat Kingsley analyzed Universal didn't help. They released Juno. Nicole Kidman asked Focus Films is responsible for this, and their main goal is Broken Arm Mountain, which is the most popular right now, and Broken Arm Mountain is still being released. The interest is high. Simon explained casually, which is quite it's a promotional movie in disguise. How wonderful. Now the voices outside are mainly discussing these three movies. The publicity point of Juno is in the direction of feminism, and it is unanimously optimistic about Hollywood women. The point of Crash is that in terms of racial discrimination, people of color, especially black groups, are the main force. Brokeback Mountain focuses on the topic of homosexuality. In terms of artistry, it is also the highest among the three films. Of course, Ang Lee's ability is not comparable to the other two directors. Simon, do we have to do some PR work too? If we can really win the Oscar for Best Picture, then Nicole certainly yearns for this honor. She is a producer. Pat, you should be more aware of this. Is Lionsgate imitating Miramax's methods, but increasing the bribes to Oscar Academy judges and reducing some aspects of hacking other films? Simon is talking about the fact that Miramax used sloppy means to push Shakespeare's love letter to the throne of the Best Picture Oscar, and Saving Private Ryan, a movie that everyone was optimistic about, was not selected. Pat looked at Nicole, and then at Simon's fearless look. So the Weinstein brothers, Nicole has had a lot of cooperation with them, almost. Lionsgate recently held a cocktail party around the corner to entertain the Oscar judges and gave out a high-end DVD of Crash. It is reported that they have prepared at least 30,000 copies, and the Oscar judges are only 6,000 people, plus some friends from the media. Lionsgate seems to be obsessed with a Best Picture Oscar this time. Pat Kingsley himself has done nothing less, and Nicole Kidman also has his own credit for being the Oscar winner. Woolen cloth, hey, a big deal. How could a high-end DVD cost more than $100? 30,000 copies is more than $3 million, plus banquets, media meeting fees, and other public relations expenses. Lionsgate is cruel this time. Simon smiled. It's no wonder that Brokeback Mountain can be turned over so. Of course Nicole Kidman knew something about this, which cost a lot and required personnel. We don't have to mix it up, but the necessary PR is still needed. Although the card of feminism is not as profound as homosexuality and racism, it will help to some extent. Ellen Page's voice is actually very high, and this year is not outstanding. The female character. Simon slowly analyzed the movie released last year, and there really was no female character that he remembered. It is also possible that Ellen Page's influence has been greatly improved last year, and the performance in Juno is impressive. You can try to operate it. However, I think the possibility of you winning the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay is very high. Big, after all, the rest of the great films are adaptations, and they're in the running for Best Adapted Screenplay. Pat Kingsley said, come on, the nominations will be announced at the end of the month anyway, and the necessary public relations will still be done at that time. Simon actually needs Oscar gold plating now, otherwise why would Lionsgate spend so much energy? Isn't Harvey Weinstein's ability to pinch Hollywood actresses the power of his movies at the Oscars? Then, Simon, you decide. The film I participated in hasn't won the Oscar for Best Picture. Nicole Kidman seemed to have not recovered from the role of the actor this Simon Pike. It seems to be very clear about the operation of Hollywood. Can schools learn these things? In this regard, Pat, you are a professional publicist, so I will trouble you. Xinghai Pictures and Susan White will definitely support you. This time we will invest millions of dollars to participate in this event. Simon having said that, he stood up. There is no need to save this kind of small money, and now the Oscar brand is still very loud. After leaving Huaing, Simon returned to Xinghai Pictures and watched the media conference of Disney's acquisition of Pixar in the lounge. In the $7.4 billion merger, the Disney Group invested $1 billion in cash, and the other $6.4 billion was replaced with equity, and one Pixar share was exchanged for two Disney Group shares. Steve Jobs personally owns 50.1% of Pixar's shares, and not only received $500 million in cash, but also became the largest individual shareholder of the Disney Group. Of course, with 7% of Disney's shares, it is logical to enter the board of directors. Simon leaned back on the couch. Both Disney and Pixar are public companies, and the estimated timing of the deal will take several months to close. The goal of the Disney Group is estimated to be Marvel. But now Marvel is really bad. Moreover, the backstage boss of Marvel is the Wolf of Wall Street, an icon car, a hedge fund expert, who only cares about making money, regardless of company operations. What he is best at is to acquire some companies that are in bankruptcy, then carry out asset reorganization, and sell the company's fixed assets to achieve their own purpose of making money. On January 31st, the list of Oscar-nominated films was announced, and Juno won 4 nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actress and Best Original Screenplay. Brokeback Mountain received 6 nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Supporting Actor, Best Score and Best Cinematography. Crash received 3 nominations for Best Picture, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Editing. There's more than a month left, a month of life and death in Hollywood. Simon was half lying on the sofa at his home, Blake Lively snuggling in his arms. I heard that everyone is using the Oscars 1 month before the awards ceremony to solicit tickets for their movies, and the stars are also doing public relations through their agents. You still don't seem to care as much as before? Blake Lively: I feel that now I should do my best to help Juno to canvass votes. I'm not professional in this area. I leave it to Nicole's agent Pat Kingsley, and Sonia Roman has no previous experience in this area, Simon responded while staring at the TV. Oh, next week I'm going to be filming, mostly in the UK, said Blake Lively. Oh, that's okay. Just remember to protect yourself. If you have any problems, just call me, Simon said and kissed the girl on the face. Well, you said you want to help me arrange a popular TV series. Let me hone my acting skills first. When will it start? Oh, wait, Simon said, picking up the phone and calling Sonia Roman. Sonia, there's a fashion novel on the Upper East Side of New York called Gossip Girl. Go and contact the author. Xinghai Pictures bought its film and television adaptation rights. It seems that it was published a few years ago. There are several sets. There is a certain influence. Okay, I'll go take a look. Sonia Roman used to be the agent of some novelists at the beginning, and she has an advantage in this regard. Moreover, there are too many literary readings in the United States, and although there are many adapted into film and television, they are still a minority in total. Gossip Girl? This is going to be adapted into a series? Blake Lively asked, looking up. Simon nodded. Yes, the novel actually has some audiences. I believe it will be good after it is adapted into drama. It's just right for a young and beautiful girl like you to play the protagonist. Blake Lively nodded, and then the two kissed on the sofa. Today, Blake Lively came over and not only made a delicious treat for Simon. Of course, I still miss this kind of ecstasy feeling of men and women. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.